The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
In the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. We are rolling and going free. Let me know that you can hear me all right, folks. Had a little bit of a glitch at the beginning there, but it seems like everything is okay. But yeah, do indeed let me know that you can hear my voice. We have a very special guest, a gentleman that a number of folks have come forward and asked, hey, will you have this guy Arrvoll on? He seems really interesting. And then I found out that he's focused on us and he's concerned with bringing attention to our people and creating communities. And I thought, isn't that amazing? That's exactly what we need to do. One of the many things that we have to do in service to white well-being. But it's great to be with everybody here today. I hope everybody can hear me okay. Just waiting for some feedback on my microphone and that you can hear me okay. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and bring forward the one and only, the inimitable Arrvoll. What's going on, brother?
Hey, good to be with you, Jason.
Oh,
I've seen your content for quite a while, and I've been impressed. You have a lot of critics. And I really don't understand it because I don't see anything objectionable at all, you know?
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And one of the things I think probably where we are simpatico is that we're both focused on our people. How can we improve the lives of our people? How can we end our victimization? How can we establish, in this case, what you're doing that I've peeked into and have been impressed with, setting up these towns, these communities, these places where, and it can happen anywhere. And you're going to get into that. We'll get into that a little bit here. It can happen anywhere. And from the video, I saw a bunch of healthy, normal white people, happy white people, proud white people, productive white people. And that is the kind of thing that warms my heart. That's the kind of thing that I think we need to be doing. And so I was very impressed with what I've seen so far of your work. And it's a great pleasure to meet you. And I'm glad we have some crossover folks from both communities and excited about the work that we're both doing. And so as soon as I heard about this and you reached out, I was like, heck yeah, this is like a marriage made in heaven. So please, if you will, introduce yourself to folks and what you do and what you're aiming to do, just sort of the general, because then I would like to take a little bit of a step back and how did Arrvoll get into all this? Where did the inspiration come from? What motivated you? But please take the mic, brother.
Yeah, so my name is Eric. My screen name, Arrvoll. is my Norwegian family name before
Okay.
they changed it, coming here. So I decided to take the moniker just for a little bit of anonymity. That was back in, I guess, 2017, 2018, when things were starting to heat up. But I've been around in these spaces. Originally, I just went by my actual name, Arrvoll. And primarily, I was doing philosophy content, and I kind of got red-pilled by my own comment section. I had racial sentiments, but didn't really know how to express them or think deeply about them. And people just kept hitting me with these arguments. And I love a good argument. And, the truth speaks for itself. And so I was persuaded. And over the last several years, I've become more explicit in my advocacy for white identity. It's something that takes courage. And, you've been out there courageously standing for our people, and not in a way that tears others down. And I think that's really a mistake that too many people in our circles fall into. It's easier to destroy than it is to build up,
Oh my gosh. So true. Yeah. So it was back in, I guess, 2017 is when you got started. And what were you really covering then? You said you weren't terribly racially conscious at that time. Where was your focus at that time?
Well, prior to then, I started my YouTube channel back in 2011. So I was doing philosophy content, and I would bring up issues related to race. But from 2017 onward, I just embraced more openly white identitarianism, nationalism, if you want to call it that. And in the last 3 years, especially, I've taken this turn towards advocating for white intentional communities. I've actually always believed it was the only viable political solution for our people, just because what really are the alternatives? We take over the government. Okay, you're up against trillionaires. You're up against old, money that's been established for generations. You're up against a government that could crush you very easily. They have this whole legal apparatus set up specifically to prevent our flourishing. So you really don't stand a chance just directly confronting them. However, we do have a robust substrate underneath this kind of parasitical elite that's currently taken charge of our societies. We have Western law. We have constitutional law. We have rights. We have unalienable rights given to us by our creator, according to the founders of our social order. And so, notwithstanding the parasitism, notwithstanding the corruption of existing elites, the basic right to freedom of expression, freedom of association is enshrined in our Constitution. And it's something that we can defend if we know how to approach it correctly. Things like the Fair Housing Act, you would think would make white intentional communities impossible. But there are actually set-asides, even in the Fair Housing Act, for intentional communities under private associations. So it takes legal research. It takes digging into exactly what has happened to our laws in the last 70, 80 years that makes it difficult. But there are legal pathways. So specifically what we do, we have a private association that is Return to the Land. You can join that without coming down, moving to Arkansas and, setting up camp on the land. But then under that association, we have a company that owns our land. And so we don't buy and sell land, which would be discriminatory under the Fair Housing Act. We buy and sell shares in the company that owns the land. It's the same thing actually that Orania does. So Orania in South Africa, they don't own their lots of land. They own shares in the Orania company. It's like I said, we have this Western legal framework underlying everything, and the right to contract is basically sacrosanct. And so if you know how to form corporations and establish contract correctly, well, you can have a secure basis for white intentional community, and that's what we've built.
Yeah, this is a subject actually that I'll have to look back and see if I can find there was a while there that I was giving some speeches talking about how we could set up what you're calling white intentional communities. You actually did it. Thank God that you're actually doing it, because I got out there and I remember I did a bunch of research back then, and I found probably some of the material that you've looked across, things like brotherhoods and the like, that you can establish, and you can establish membership. And all of that, as you're mentioning now, is enshrined in the law and would require anti-whites to have to breach those laws, reinterpret those laws, have a double standards in the application of those laws, because we see, I remember when I was giving those speeches, I had researched these. There were Jewish communities in New York, New Jersey, and there were a couple other groups as well that I cited that had very successfully done this. They exclude really effectively everyone that they don't want. And there are entire apartment complexes in New York and New Jersey. I assume by this point, there are also Indian ones and also Chinese ones, and we can probably find the same thing in Canada being done with Indian and Chinese people. And it's this proximity and this focus on ourselves and this working together that really is the basis of a people. When we come together physically, as you're talking about here, and very excitingly talking about physically coming together, we're taking care of each other. Our individual well-being is by way of our group's well-being. And another thing that's the basis of a peoplehood. All of the rest of it is the accoutrements. All of the rest is just, the clothes we wear, music we listen to, etc. But that's really the basis of peoplehood. That's where the successful strategy of peoplehood comes from, which is being effectively inflicted on us. So I'm very excited about that. I want to ask you, and I'm very excited about this as well. A lot of time that people get into this mindset and they think, okay, let's build a community somewhere. They get this idea that there's going to be kind of a one and done. And I get the impression from you that, no, this can be all different places. It can be everywhere. I guess technically, we'll get into maybe this in a moment. Maybe you could just speak to it as well. What happens, or is there a possibility that a community could, if and when they are infringed upon, just collectively pick up and go build that community someplace else as things perhaps worsen in some areas? But just to get started there, explain that this isn't a one and done. This isn't a citadel. We're not building a castle somewhere that can't be breached. But this can happen many different places.
Yeah, absolutely. One isolated community would not solve our systemic issues. So we actually have 3 different groups right now under RTTL assembling to form new communities. One in Arkansas as well, not too far from Community 1, and then one in Appalachia and one in the Pacific Northwest. And there are hundreds of members in RTTL. Many of them want to set up shop, in their own local areas, and that's very understandable. But I think we do have to accept that right now we don't have the number of people necessary who are willing to really act on their beliefs. These are radical beliefs, and actually changing your lifestyle and making some sacrifices and putting yourself at risk, it's daunting. And it's understandable that a lot of people aren't willing to actually make that concrete change in their lives. So the number of people that are willing to pack up and move is relatively small. But it's still enough that we can acquire very high quality real estate, as a byproduct of buying this land in Arkansas. Now I have land that's far higher quality land than I would have been able to acquire myself. When you buy a large tract of land, it has features like, a creek, a spring, and our land has both of those. And we're looking at potentially acquiring riverfront property in the near future. So there are real tangible, concrete, immediate benefits to working with the few number of our people who are willing to pack up and move and do something radical. But yeah, absolutely, we want to scale this. The whole purpose of the PMA is to facilitate new communities forming, doing it in a way that is legally sound, that is fair to our members, and where there's some quality control. Because anyone can just kind of try to do this in their backyard, and people have done this, in fact, where one person owns all the land and they get people to move down, and effectively they get others to develop their real estate for free, and the others have no rights to their own property. And that's, I think, part of just basic human dignity. We should have a stake in what we're doing. It shouldn't all be on one person, one individual. We should corporatize. We should form one body and have a common interest in a shared endeavor. So we want to facilitate that. And ultimately, I would like, once this is very well established, and we still have a lot more legal research to do. I think we found the basic framework that works, and we've had multiple lawyers look at it. But there are specialized areas of the law that really we have to nail down every detail. So we're spending thousands of dollars consulting with specialized lawyers in real estate law, in securities law, things you wouldn't even necessarily expect, discrimination law, obviously. We have a fundraiser going for that because it's very expensive and no one else is doing this research that really needs to be done. But once that framework is sound, what we'd like to do is basically expand this model in the general population and start marketing to average white people. As conditions deteriorate, more and more of our people who aren't necessarily online all the time learning these talking points will just intuitively understand the situation and realize what has to be done. And so we want to be there ready to give them those solutions.
This is, I really like, I mean, the trajectory at which you begin a thing really will determine, in big part, of course, in attendant to the sort of guiding principles and how flexible they are moving forward. But that trajectory, where you get started and what you intend to do, is critically important. And so I really like, I mean, you're definitely speaking my language when you're talking about a success strategy that is replicable and scalable all over the place. That's exactly what, and a big part of that, though, a lot of people who just, they don't have the processing power really to understand, is that, you know, the social domain is always shifting. It's dynamic. There are always going to be new challenges and new opportunities. So we need flexible ideas, flexible strategies, and flexible people at the helm to be able to realize those opportunities and overcome those changing circumstances, those changing challenges. So replicable and scalable really speak to me. The other thing I think, and it's very important that you mentioned there, is this threshold for actually getting started. A lot of people like to talk. A lot of people like to get online and be anonymous. And a lot of people like to give advice about what needs to be done, what should be done. And then they don't actually do anything. And in my experience of 3 decades in service to white well-being, that's the vast majority of people. And perhaps it speaks negatively to where we have sort of fallen as a consequence of our ingenuity and our intelligence, the ability to make things simple and easy and push button, and therefore more of us are not doers. So what kind of challenges, I guess, with this regard, and what kind of steps have you taken to find the right kind of people? And have you ever tried, or is there any process here for trying to take non-starters, those people who are just pedaling without a chain, and transition them into something real, something productive?
That is the goal. You know, luckily, the people who have been applying are generally very high quality people. We do have standards. I mean, some of the major questions we ask in the interview, obviously, do you have non-European heritage, and a certain number of people. It's really shocking the number of people who have like a non-white spouse or some situation like that who still want to be admitted into RTTL. But that's a, you know, obvious one. A criminal record, we do criminal background checks. So some of those basic things that any organization really should be doing in terms of vetting. But also we ask, you know, are you currently employed? Are you in education, training, things of that nature? Can you maintain a conversation? Yeah.
Yes.
So we do talk to everyone who joins. It's generally not that extensive. It's a 15-minute interview. And the requirements for actually being a member of RTTL at the PMA level aren't super great. You can show up for events, you can participate in the discussion online, you can network with other people interested in forming communities. Where the rubber really hits the road is at the LLC level, the company that actually owns our land. To buy into that company, it's not just a phone call. You come down, you stay a few days, we talk to you extensively, we get to know you. And typically those who actually make it that far already are very well aligned. I think it's actually a beautiful thing about the prosperity that we're living under, despite its downfalls, that now we have the opportunity to kind of self-sort into very like-minded collectives. And that's really never been available before. So I've found a degree of connectedness with the average person who comes down to visit that I would rarely encounter in my everyday life. It's similar to attending AmRen or something of that nature. Maybe even to a greater degree, because there's a prospect of a future in community with the people who show up. So we've gotten very lucky. We do some of those basic, obvious things for screening. But I think really the people who are willing to show up are selecting for themselves, that they've chosen this path and are willing to struggle. I do like seeing young guys show up who don't have the skills and want to learn construction. That's a lot of people. We have a lot of construction work available. Members who have families are building homes for themselves. They're building cabins, and they need to hire workers to do a lot of that. And so young guys often show up and camp out of their truck or in a tent on our land, and they work, in the Arkansas summers, which is not an easy task. And they learn these skills. And we've got a nice little, construction crew growing and going that we would like to formalize better and have like more of a training program and collective housing. I mean, we're really just getting started. We're a year and a half in. We started with absolutely undeveloped land. So there was zero infrastructure. Everything there was built by us. And we pretty much only hire inside, except for things like, drilling wells, bulldozers. We don't have that equipment. But yeah, that is one element that I've been thinking more and more about lately. Like, how can we provide a training program for young men to become, the adults and the fathers that we really need?
Amen to that. I mean, making, quite honestly, men out of the boys of our race. Setting that standard up front, I think you're doing a brilliant thing with setting a standard up so that it's really self-selecting. So the burden isn't as great on you and those who are with you to identify who might be a bad apple, who might be, just by having a stance that you have to be a doer. You're going to be working. You're going to be participating. This is not just talking. Just that alone is going to cause a lot of people to self-select their way right out of it. And that was my experience when I got to talk about this kind of an idea years back, was that these older guys that had money, they like to talk about World War II. And they are, I mean, compared to people like us, how you could say, they're rich, they're, probably upper middle class somewhere. But when the rubber meets the road about what are you actually going to do? Are you going to get involved? Are you going to make this happen? They want to retire to their easy chair, give some more Monday morning quarterbacking about what should be done or the way it should be done. But you're doing the yeoman's work, and big salute to you and everybody who is assisting you in that. Have you had any situation, or have you planned for? Do you have any ideas about potentially, and this is just the norm of dealing with people and communities, dealing with like internal conflict in such a community, families becoming at odds with each other or anything like that? Have given any consideration to that?
Yeah, you can read our articles of association for the PMA or our operating agreement for the LLC, which spells out our policies on noise ordinances and things that HOAs would typically be responsible for. And we do have mediation procedures when conflicts arise. So far, it's been pretty effective. Really, it's kids that are difficult because they don't necessarily understand the whole picture. Like, all the adults are pretty committed that we have to get along for the sake of the greater good. Kids, though, I mean, you're going to have drama with kids. So we haven't luckily encountered any really severe issues with the adults who have shown up. and no severe issues with the kids either. It's been relatively peaceful, luckily. But yeah, we have given a lot of thought into how is someone removed from the community if, God forbid, that's necessary. So if someone is a habitual drug user or an open alcoholic or is just behaving in a way that's detrimental to our culture, and there is general consensus that that is the case, we would first issue a warning. And if the behavior persists and things are not corrected, ultimately we would vote to expel that member from the LLC, and they wouldn't just be out of all of their investment. The LLC or PMA members would have an obligation to buy their share at a fair market value. So we would bring in an outside assessor to look at their property, and compensate them fairly. So yeah, we've given a lot of thought to it, luckily, and I hope that continues to be the case. We just haven't had to actually oust someone that was already a member. We have turned people down who actually made the trek out to show up and who were hopeful of joining. And it's always, it's a difficult thing to,
right.
We talk about discrimination, but to actually have to discriminate against someone is a really tough thing. But we do it. So.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the things that over the years I've thought about communities, these intentional communities, like what you're talking about here. And I thought that could be an area that could be challenging, especially it's so difficult in the different groups within the white sympathetic sphere to keep the crank out of just the club, I mean, and then what do you do once he's in the club or she's in the club? It becomes a problem just to get rid of them from the club. And so if they ended up being a neighbor or something, but it sounds like you have a pretty solid process in place and that people are made aware of what kind of behavior is going to be acceptable and unacceptable, and the consequences that they're going to could face if they break those rules. And I think that would probably also help with the self-selection and also you selecting people out that seem like they could end up being problematic once they're in the community. Now,
Right.
I understand you have, it's open to people who could be Christian, atheist, pagan. And so I wonder if you might speak on that for a moment, so people of faith or otherwise could have an insight.
Well, sure. First, I just want to add that it's really not up to me as an individual. We have a board of managers, and so most of these admissions decisions are made by the board. In exceptional cases, if someone was ousted, it would be a general vote. It's not like I'm the dictator of the community. I really have very few powers, as I'm the president of the PMA, but I don't have many abilities other than speaking on our behalf. As far as the religious question, we respect all traditional European faiths. If someone comes in and is Jewish or Muslim, well, that doesn't align with our purpose as a European heritage association. And so we would likely disqualify someone on that basis. Of course, I have to say that we make admissions decisions on a case-by-case basis. It's not simply if you belong to this race or religion, you're expelled, but obviously those criteria are strongly considered by the board members who individually on a case-by-case basis make those decisions. But yeah, I mean, we have Christians, we have pagans, we have Catholics, Eastern Orthodox, we have Christian identity folks. That's something I've become more interested in. I really wasn't too familiar with it before actually being there physically in the community, talking with our members who are into CI. There's a Christian identity church in Missouri about 4 hours away. I'm hoping to make the trek up there and learn more about it because it's pretty fascinating. But I was raised Catholic, more or less, until recently. I was the organist in my church.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, the Catholic Church, I personally have fallen away from because of its political stances. It basically openly supports mass migration into Europe and North America. So it's really hard to, have that be what you're entrusting the spiritual well-being of your children to, when I was listening to an Indian priest. I was listening to a foreigner in an all-white area talking about how we ought to welcome in migrants. We ought to, give our resources to the third world and all these things, which,
my God,
it's just very discouraging. I still identify as a Christian myself, but I'm also very sympathetic to pagans. Kind of before my religious phase, I was already into philosophy and specifically Platonism. I still identify as a Platonist. And that is one thing that kind of undergirds both our Christian heritage as well as our pagan heritage. You know, obviously Plato was a pagan and the Neoplatonists were pagans. But the church fathers were typically Platonist in their metaphysics, in their philosophical categories that they used. So because I really lean into that undercurrent, we tend to gather, just because I'm the person speaking on our behalf, we gather pagans who lean in a Platonic way, sympathetic to Christians, and we gather Christians who lean sympathetic with traditional European religion. And I think there's something unhealthy about a really hardline fundamentalist attitude, and in a way that is unchristian. I mean, Jesus's message was to first and foremost have humility about whether you are in the right. You should act with compassion and, you know, treat others how you want to be treated, and just like focus on your ethical conduct. Remove the splinter from your own eye before you try to remove the beam from your brother's eye. So yeah, we tend not to attract really hardline fundamentalists, and I think that's for the best. So if you're a pagan that really hates Christians, you probably don't belong with us. If you're a Christian who really hates pagans, you probably don't belong with us. And I think overall, it's for the best.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, the focus being on our people, our well-being, and being able to overlook these differences for the deeper similarities. I mean, the way we come into this world is with our biospirit. And we are children of our creator. We are exactly the way the creator wanted us to be. And so clearly that's what he wants us to give our allegiance, our faith, our loyalty to, first and foremost, and then achieving so much more by way of these other avenues and way of these other venues. I know we're running out of time with you for our first time together, but I wanted to ask about in these communities, are there any rules on firearm ownership and self-defense, and or is there any curtailment or any encouragement? Or please take it away.
Well, we don't train firearms together as an official activity of Return to the Land. We are very pro Second Amendment in general. We're in Arkansas, which is an open carry state. You don't really need a permit to have a handgun and things like that. And so a lot of members do have pistols and a whole armory of weapons very often. And sometimes they will open carry even in the community, although it's highly unnecessary. There's never been any situation even remotely close to calling for that kind of violence. But yeah, no, we're very pro Second Amendment. I think if in the future anyone decided to give us trouble, it would be a very bad idea for them. I don't advocate violence, but I absolutely advocate being prepared to defend yourself if you had to.
Right, right. And I think it's good to hear that you don't have some sort of weird like LARPing. We're trained. We get in the camo and then we go out into the woods and we train with our gun. Because that's the exact kind of thing that is, first of all, it's LARPing, and it's not going to do you any good. Second of all, you're going to attract the attention of the feds, of the state government, you know, the government in Arkansas there. They could end up coming down, and of course they would introduce you all to CPS and just any number of things. So, I mean, you sound like, and I'm so happy we talked and we had this connection here, because you are level-headed, clearly a really bright guy. You clearly have a plan laid out to achieve an outcome that will improve the lives of the white folk who get involved. And primarily, I think, not just obviously the parents, but the white children that are there. That's really the group that is targeted by anti-whiteism and making them hate themselves, making them hate their parents. And we do need to be away from this anti-white world, and in every conceivable way. And this is one of them. I got more questions, but we'll have to bring you back, and that's not a problem at all. Really glad to make this this initial contact with you and introduce you to the community. So let folks know where they can find you, where they can find out more about these white intentional communities that you are constructing here in the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on. I mean, I've wanted to speak with you for a long time. It's a shame we haven't been in contact already, really, but it's never too late. So no, I admire the work that you've been doing over the years, really standing behind your convictions. You can find us at returntotheland.org. The process to apply to become a member is very simple. It's just a $25 application fee. You fill out a questionnaire and then have a 15-minute interview, and then you'll have access to our Telegram groups. And there's a lot of very active discussion, sometimes on things like theology, and sometimes it gets a little bit heated. You know, we have pagans, we have Christians and stuff, but it's generally very good spirited and a good time. You can attend our events if you become a member. Generally, we have a big event in April and October every year. So yeah, that's the main platform. You can follow me on X _Aarvoll, or rather at Arrvoll_, and then on YouTube, just search Aarvoll and you'll find it. Again, I make philosophy content, anthropology content. I recently made a video against the out of Africa theory. It was very data intensive and took a very long time to prepare. So yeah, I tend to be on the more intellectual side of things with my content, but I'm very, open to average people, and I celebrate average white people and try to live for them and live for the kids. And really, ultimately, yeah, the community is absolutely all about the kids.
Oh man, that warms my heart, man. That's everything you're saying there is fantastic. And I'm going to have to check that out. I remember years ago when the out of Africa argument really started getting pushed, and I pushed back with everything I could at the time. But of course, the anti-whites, they're in the universities, they're everywhere. And so slowly but surely, we saw more and more white people coming to the conclusion that, well, they're the original real people, and we're just like some offshoot. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that out as soon as I can, and I'm gonna put I got your YouTube in the description below. I'll add your Twitter there as well, folks. Everybody, follow Eric over there on both YouTube and Twitter. If it's okay if I call you by your first name, your real first name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. And we'll have you back real soon, man. Great conversation. Is there anything else you wanted to share before we let you go today?
No, just again, appreciation to you for all the hard work you've been doing. Love your community. You don't deserve the criticism. You deserve more praise and respect for what you've been doing. So, and we all do. We should embrace that. We're the minority that actually is standing up for our people. In the past, that was a good thing. Without question, of course, you stand up for your people, but now we're the few who are actually doing it. So, have some self-respect and keep fighting, because we really need it.
Amen to that, brother. All right, man. We'll talk again real soon. Thanks.
All right. Take care.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Man, how interesting is that? Well, we're going to be talking, of course, very shortly about the favorite subject. It's all over the internet, Shiloh Hendrix, and being co-opted. It's being co-opted to mean something other than what it obviously is, and anything that could be positive or productive out of it. But Eric, what an interesting guy. What an interesting idea. And he's actually making it happen. That's so different from the work that you see so many other places. Like we get into the lives of our brothers and sisters, and we change their lives, and they come back with testimonials in the hundreds. These people who are getting involved there, they're moving out to these communities, and their lives are being literally changed as well by being away from the anti-whiteism, away in these communities. For those folks who are ready to really dig in. And I saw some are living in tents, and some, they're building their houses yet to be. building these communities up from scratch, really yeoman's work. And some folks are going to be ready for that. Some folks are not yet ready for that. But I'd like to go down there and visit Eric in Arkansas and at some point in the near future. Summer's coming up. It would be warm in the summer, but hey, why not? It gets warm here in Virginia anyhow. But really nice guy. And you could tell by his sentence construction how thoughtful he is, how much intention he has actually put into this, rather than being like a clickbait right-wing content creator, doing something real. And that's what I'm all about. So please let everyone know that we are live and that we are rolling. And it's looking, let me just make the correction over here on this, on the software. A little bit of a glitch, as I said. Looks like we're going to be under looks like we're going to be under the wrong stream title on YouTube, but it's right everywhere else. We're right on YouTube, and I mean on Twitter. On Twitter, but just not right as far as the title and stream on YouTube. Something went on over there, and doesn't look like I can make a change to it at the moment. But we'll fix that once we're done. Let me just see here if we can fix that right now. Maybe not. Good to see everybody here, though. Make sure you switch it over to the live chat if you are not on that. But it appears that it has come through. Yes. So it appears that it has come through on YouTube, but it's not under the right title on YouTube or the thumbnail that was there. So a little glitch on YouTube on their end. But like I said, we'll fix it once we're done here. Great conversation, though. Great conversation. Yeah, let folks know that we're under this stream so we can make sure that we get people to the right place. Let me just see what it looks like over here. All right, it's showing that it's running live. And I don't know probably what would be the smartest thing to do about the stream that's... Oh, you know what? Maybe I could just... change the title while we are here. I will let you all in on the question of the day. What is the worst TV advertisement you've ever seen recently, I guess I should say, and why? Worst TV advertisement. It seems like there's one. It could be magazine as well. It could be billboard. Whatever you've seen, whatever the worst is that you've recently seen, let me know. And so let me make this change here. And let me know what it is. Tag me as No White Guilt. And question Q1 and your answer. I might be able to do it from here. And then we'll be set. All right, see if that doesn't change the title at least. All right, I think we fixed that at least. Again, make sure you've switched it from top chat to live chat. I saw a commercial, one that's been playing recently. Nasty. I saw a commercial of it's Chase Bank, and Chase Bank and these little girls are selling candy to the community, something. And the community member that is incapable of just normally purchasing the candy is, of course, a white guy. He's like fumbling through change, and the non-white children that are the good, and the non-white parents, they're the good people. The non-white people purchasing, they're the good ones. And the non-white kid that's having to suffer this white man's incompetence is like a mixed race non-white little girl, and she looks at another non-white little girl who looks more full-blooded non-white going down the street with her candies to sell, and she's like, can you? Of course, I'm dealing with this dumbass white guy here, and just so typical of anti-whiteism throughout the totality. The Great Slots is with a Cindy Bin, a perfume ad with a black woman and white man hugging each other, and the white man also had lots of tattoos. So it was a black woman with a white guy, and then the white guy, though, he's covered in tattoos, not looking like the most upstanding individual. Linda is here. Spaten is here. Maiden Deutschland, the Tree Godfather. He says all of the commercials he's seen recently, full of anti-whiteism. God, they are. This Chase one, though, has just really irritated me. It just keeps recurring, chock full of anti-white, and obviously a consequence of that social morality that is anti-whiteism. Craig is here. U.S. or anywhere, brother. Craig's been saying some smart stuff in the live chat. I don't know if you've all have noticed. But yeah, man, anywhere. Spartan says, question number 1. I never watch TV for this precise reason. A lot of people, exactly. I only ever turn on the news and I get pelted with this garbage. Car raucous emojis says, saw car gurus commercial with a redhead girl scolding her husband. Yep. Browbeaten. He's dumb. The white guy is dumb. He's backward. Studio Dino Block is here. Good to see everybody. Tree Godfather's here, and he says, so it wasn't just me being a boomer. No, it was YouTube being lame. But we'll take care of it. We'll wrap it up. We'll clean it up when we're done, and we'll get all the right information in the right place. So you can find Arrvoll, his information in the description. Christian Monarchist is here. Good to see you. Bobby Boldly. Which was the stream I got recommended, by the way? Which one is that, brother? I still get a second wanting for no white guilt stat or waiting on your channel. Jay Bishop is here. Well, thank you for letting me know. Regrettably, there was a glitch, not on our part, but on their part. Who else do we have here? JK160, Justin McDaniel says, incredible guest. Thank you so much. Geese Goose Girl, all right. Remember, throughout the totality of the time we are here together, you can answer this question of the day, which is, what is the worst TV advertisement you have seen recently and why? What is it? We're going to do some quick news, and we're going to get into Shiloh Hendrix and all of this deep criticism for yours truly. And why is there such criticism? What are they actually saying? Are they talking about what I'm actually saying at all? Or are they straw manning because they're so very jealous of the Jason? They're so very jealous of the Jason. Hey, yeah, and let folks know that we're over here on this stream, not on the one that's waiting. Mestizo Carf is with us. But before we do some quick news and have a little bit of fun, I got to ask you all to give a prayer, to set aside some time for a prayer and some positive energy for a member of this community who is going into a medical procedure tomorrow and needs a lot of positive energy and a lot of prayer for a member of this community going into a medical procedure tomorrow. It's an important procedure, and we need that procedure to come out perfectly. So please, that would be a blessing if we could do that, make that happen. And now we'll get into some real quick news if we can. The war has officially begun in India and Pakistan. Purports to be a jet being shot down. I don't know if it's true or not. Remember, when it comes to the quick news, you got to check it out for yourself. I'm just showing you what other people are saying.
Yes, it's time for a China update. May 6th, 2025. Now, that's not Antifa rioting at the Washington State University. No. That's the people of China rioting in China because they're not getting paid. Nobody has a job. Premier Xi. Here's some more protests happening in China. Look at the people in this protest. That's in China. This is a beautiful thing. They're all protesting against Chairman Xi. Look.
No money over there in China, supposedly. Bulls may be one of the strongest land animals, but they have their limits. Here we go. Keep the big girls off the bull. Germany, hamburgers purported to be. What's happening? Terrible.
It's super likely you've been duped by at least one fake police body cam video.
Have you seen police arresting an FBI agent?
Fake.
Police pestering a blind man?
Fake. I mean, that one's actually insane.
Police pestering a parking attendant?
Fake.
Have you all seen these videos? They're going everywhere and they're getting millions of views. These police body cam footage of white police officers doing the dumbest things. They're all fake, apparently. These two people, if you don't know, they're both lawyers and they're both anti-white. And they're coming out telling you that they're all fake.
Police pestering an attorney outside?
Fake.
Police pestering an attorney in a store?
Fake. It's all fake.
There are countless ways to show that these are not real police interactions. It's often the same cop actor with the same voice.
Excuse me, sir. What is it you think you're doing here? I'm here on official police business.
Using the same fake prop police car with the same theme in every skit. Really crappy and unnatural dialogue.
I'm an attorney at law. That's correct.
No actual attorney says they're an attorney at law. No one does that.
Oh, and the victims here literally appear in different videos as different characters.
The problem with these videos is that
Hate hoaxes. Tree Godfather got it right. That's what it is.
they're going super viral. And if you look at the comments, millions of people believe them. Now, we often make police reaction videos, and we often point out when police are being stupid or unlawful or downright racist. For example, here's a real video we reacted to of police being straight up dicks to a real blind person. This isn't about protecting the image of police.
In fact, you could argue that this content does a real disservice to the...
So these anti-whites here, they're like, we're trying to badmouth white people, and you're really screwing it up by creating all these hate hoaxes. Check this out. This looks like a Catholic church with a Muslim who sets up to pray to Allah.
Allahu Akbar.
Can you imagine what would happen to a Christian doing that in a mosque? As you can imagine, they do nothing, and they allow him to pray to Allah. During the Christian service. This is a little public announcement here. Don't overfill your gas tanks.
You know when you're pumping gas and you overfill the tank, like it stops and you keep going? This is what actually happens. That extra fuel does not go to the fuel tank. It actually goes to the charcoal canister. And that's what ends up happening. Fuel with charcoal starts coming out because it messes up the charcoal canister. It clogs up your evap lines.
Look at that.
You can see. And technically, it costs you a lot of money to repair.
Check out Base Poland.
Okay, so this is in Poland. They are burning the European Union flag. What do you think of this? Based? Question mark.
Check this out. Why has this story received less coverage than a woman using a slur? Words are worse than murder now. Rest in peace, Logan Federico. She was killed in her home on Saturday by Alexander Dickey, a career criminal with multiple previous arrests. I guess she would be of interest to the white sympathetic sphere if she had simply used the word enter. In the next life, how will you recognize me? How will you know it's me? Believe me, you will know it's me.
Shadows, cowards of the night, parasites feeding on the light of Western kind. Your venom, empty white poisons the well, but the fire in our hearts burns hotter than your hell. Can you feel it? The weight of your lies crumbling down. Do you taste the ashes of the world you've drowned? Craven, hollow to the core. You feel the truth we bleed. You feel it for your cowardice is the echo of your empty creed. But we'll rise, last men were the storm you'll heed. You hide behind words in a tower of deceit, but the foundation is cracking. Hear the rumble beneath. Every smear, every slight, we've counted them all. Now your time's running out and the empire will fall. How long will you run?
All right. Let me know that you can hear me, okay? We're going to be going into the garbage, I'm afraid, for a little while. You may not be able to tell. Can you hear me okay? First of all, let me know that you can hear me. Dennis is here. Ivan the Arrvoll is in the house. Hyperborean Dream. I saw a non-white skateboarder with an axe today, and he got on a city bus while openly wielding it. My God, totally white erased. Environment, totally white erased.
You can't bury the fire. It's burning inside. You can't drown the truth.
It was the Orthodox. Is that what it was? The Orthodox Church? Anti-white out, says Jason. I took one of their prayer blankets and slept on it in front of them in the church. And the leader got mad. The leader of the church? The great Slots rocking it out, ladies and gentlemen. Epic tune. Totally epic tune. All right, you may not be able to tell by looking at me, but I'm suffering with a massive sinus infection because I can fake it. I can fake that I'm okay and plow forward for white well-being, all the way up to being in really bad shape. And you probably can too. But a lot of people out there, they can't. They get a little ill and they want to hang it up. But that's not how we do that in service to white well-being. That's not how we recapture our destiny. Great conversation with Aarvoll, Eric. Wasn't that interesting? So nice, so refreshing to speak with another white man who is focused on us and making things better for our people. So refreshing. What did you all think of that? Ay, 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 ay. Cool Baba J Magic is in the house. I've got the not live stream recommended instead of the actual one. Yeah, Bobby Bodley. So the audio was not good on the quick news. Could you make it out? Could you make it out at all? Christian Moniker says the one where the woman steps outside with her kid to find a swastika spray painted on a garage door. You're speaking to something before. I'm going to have to try to look back and see what you said. Slot says, question number 1, a trailer ad for the new game that had a black guy as a samurai. Can I just have my Asians as samurais? Anti-whiteism in action, since Asians are more fair-skinned than Africans. So very true. And that is the perfect way to look at it. The way that Sloths just did that. Focusing on us, centering our people. What's happening out in the world? Our victimization. To go out to interpret that as some sort of objective, it has nothing to do with white people. It's beyond us. It has to do with some smoke room, some smoke-filled room, anti-whites who they just want to take down all of the different. No, they want to take us down. They want to take us down. That's what matters. And that's got to be your opinion, or we're not going to survive. Fix my chair a little bit here. So I reached out. My normal doctor will not prescribe antibiotics. Hasn't for a couple years now. And this is due to white erasure of our norms. Too many other people coming in, abusing antibiotics, other doctors from other parts of the world, abusing antibiotics. In India, the biggest abuse to antibiotics is in India. And that's where all of these, at least that's according to my reading, you'll have to check it out for yourself, all of these bacteria-resistant or antibiotic-resistant bacteria and viruses are sprouting as a result of it. In India, apparently, you can have anything, and you show up and they're like, antibiotics. In America, though, I mean, I guess I'm lucky and not in Canada where they may have said, well, would you like to commit suicide? Would you like to just go ahead and off yourself since you have a sinus infection? No, they just won't. We live in we're supposed to be a first world country. We have all this medicine. We have all this technology that we've invented that should be at our fingertips, that should be serving us. When we get an infection, when we get sick, if there's anything that can make us better faster, especially in America, where you're expected to work your fingers to the bone and you just got to keep going, you just got to keep pumping it out. There's no vacations. We should be able to get treatment and all of the remedies available to us instantly to diminish and shorten an illness. But instead, we have too many people abusing antibiotics, too many doctors, as I say from other lands, abusing antibiotics. And so now they've instituted, well, you can't have them anymore. You can't get them anymore. So I go to the doctor and they say, oh, no, you can't. Even though you know exactly the symptoms of the sinus infection, you know exactly what it is for you. No, you're still not going to. So I decided I would go on through an online doctor, remote teledoc, kind of a thing. And I got on there, and I've had some successes over the past like 2 years or so doing that. 3 years, I guess it's been a little bit longer. And what happened this time? The doctor, the teledoc, told me after 14 days of suffering with this, then they'll prescribe an antibiotic. Are you kidding me? He says, but in the meantime, you can take Flonase. You could take Tylenol Cold. You could take, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. The infection is not going anywhere. I mean, who knows how long? I've had a sinus infection when I was a teenager. It was like a month. But when my body finally defeated it, it was one of the grossest things you can imagine. It was like my body defeated it and then expelled it all through my nostrils in heaps. And then finally I was better. A month of dragging my corpse around. A month of feeling awful. So that's where we are. That's where we are now. Doctors are not going to help you out anymore because our standards and our norms have been white erased as a result of the abuse, the white erasure of our system, and therefore the abuse of our system, so that now, white person, you get to suffer some more. Miss Caesar Corp says, I sent you something on Twitter. As a DM, Pear Lady is here. Good to see you. Please get the proper linkage out there for people so that they can join us. Looking forward to seeing and hearing more of Arrvoll. Sounds as though he's making great progress for our people. It does, doesn't it? It's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's not a fantasy. It's not this revenge porn. Monoloran, I've never heard of that Hyperborean dream. I'll have to check it out. And if you all know of a particular teledoc company that is actually going to perform their doctoring duties, put it in the, you can put it in the live chat, you can put it in the thread underneath. All right. So, very exciting stuff from Eric. I'm going to add this again, the audio, so that it works. What do we have going on with Shiloh Hendrix right now? Well, I mean, I've said my piece, and I've said that there are 6 different ways that you can support productively what Shiloh, the whole Shiloh episode. There are 6 different ways I outlined that you can talk about Shiloh Hendrix in this episode. And just as I predicted, the people who are without victories of their own, because their strategies don't produce victories, are claiming that it's a great big victory for them. They're claiming that their strategy is what's at work here as the successful the engine of success in the Shiloh episode. And what they're doing, of course, because they are intensely jealous of us and the successes that we've had, we're having successes all the time, which invalidates their strategies and their vehicles and everything that they have been invested in for some time. Since it invalidates, they're very jealous. And so they look for any reason. And so what are they doing? I notice that they're not attacking me on the basis of my argument. They're not speaking about my argument at all. Every time that an Anon online says, Jason says, and then they fill in a straw man, that's a victory for us. Every single time. So when I get these messages, when I see these people and they think they're trying to make a point and they're trying to slander me to keep white people away from successful strategies that improve their lives, that get them promotions at work, that get them quality people as mates, that etc., change policies at police departments. These people, they show up and they want to prevent you from accessing all of that. And we've had a great number of people who have recently followed yours truly. And I know that some of you are having some increases as well in followership, because all of this talk out there on Twitter, etc. right now about Jason says fill in the straw man is causing people who had unintentionally, misguidedly ended up in some of these circles, is causing them to say, well, what is that Jason guy? Why does he have so many critics, like Eric was just talking about? The fact that I have so many critics out of people that have invested in so much that's destructive is a victory in my category. It's a victory in our category. And as you can see, I mean, there could be a book. I mean, I guess there's a book about don't make the black kids angry. You could make one about don't make the low IQ whites angry, because this is the kind of thing they do. But all the way up to their content creators in some of these circles also straw manning me. I would like to just, a little bit of a challenge. Can any of you content creators out there who are slandering me, can any of you actually address what I said? Can you do that? And then make a counter argument? Because none of you have yet. And we're going to be taking a look at least two of those. One from Joel Davis and one from Mark Collett. I don't know if it was today or whenever it was. But again, nothing but straw man arguments. But first, Lilly Gaddis appeared on a YouTube show just the other day from a has-been from the mainstream media who's desperately trying to work his way back in, one Piers Morgan. And of course, his producers and the people behind him, and of course this network of agents that organize the shows, organize the personalities, networking with the networks that have created this artificial resistant media, which is exactly what it is. And so very easy then to bring on a character, one Lilly, broke ass, not with a hard R, Gaddis, brought her on to talk about Shiloh Hendrix and what's happening with the money that's being funneled to Shiloh and what happened in that episode and etc. And I didn't get a chance to watch the whole interview, the whole discussion, because of course he's insufferable and the other people on the panel are insufferable. But I did see a couple of clips, and there are some really telling things. But I think Piers really had her on because he wanted the attention of her saying "enter" on his program. So let's bring that up and have a look at it and see if we can't get the audio to work properly. Here she is. This is the first of two clips that I will play for you. Let me know if you can hear it or not. Okay. Long Knife is here. Says that she attacked, and that was beautiful. I want you to emulate what she did at work and tell me how beautiful that works out for you. What I preach yields successes in people's lives. You are enjoying revenge porn.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in the country.
Okay, so let me jump in right there. You're seeing exactly what I talk about. The retreat to the abstraction of free speech, exactly as I said they would do. Isn't that exactly what I said what they would do? The retreat, it's a free speech issue. You should look at these abstraction, look at where it's written down, where I should be able to say anything I want. Has has resort to abstractions worked for the white race. Look at where we are today. This is what they've all been doing. John Birch society all over. This is about as cringe as John Birch.
That's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. She is. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest? Yeah. You would.
Hmm? I do quite frequently.
She does quite frequently. So if you think this is a wonderful thing, if you think that that's how people should be, then either make your name public, put your face out there, video yourself doing it, or you've got no skin in the game. You're just an anon enjoying revenge porn, and you know it. So she does it all the time. Let's see some videos of it, Lily.
You use the N-word quite frequently, but why?
The black guy is, I guess there were like 4 or 5 on the panel, and he was one of those on the panel.
Other than the fact you're a despicable racist, are you?
Of course, Piers Morgan, total anti-white POS, using the concept racist, which is an anti-white slur. He should have been called out on it. That would have been beneficial for us.
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, but if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding.
Okay, embrace being the villain in their narrative. Who does that matter for? Well, it matters for the millions of white people who have learned over the course of their life what the villain does, means, is, what they think about other issues, whether that holds true for the person who would claim something so idiotically. It's being bitched. You're not going to be able, being bitched by our victimizer, you're not going to be able to redefine the word that took down Western civilization to suit you. But again, wait until you see these people using their real names and faces and videos of themselves using these words at work, at school, with adult black males before you bother to even respond to them.
Helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech.
There it is. Helping white. So real freedom of speech is being able to say enter.
Speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendrix is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? You use it with black people?
Yes. If
No. No, she doesn't.
It's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
You're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Why
Okay.
would you want to support?
So, what is Lilly Gaddis? Lilly Gaddis is a content creator. She is insulated from the consequences of playing the villain in the anti-white narrative to a degree by the fact that as a sort of shock villain role-playing content creator, she's making money off people who enjoy this revenge porn. They want to hear a content creator, so they're going to show up and they're going to pay for it. And Gavin McInnes and Censored TV are going to make more money off of them. More people will pay. The more people that pay, the more insulated she is against the consequences of behaving like that. You, however, she's not caring for you, because if she were, she would not be telling you this is the way to behave, because you won't be insulated from the consequences. You will go to school, you will go to church, you will go to your job, and you will tell them, and by the way, you're not going to actually do that because you know there'll be consequences for you. You're just enjoying the revenge porn. The more shocking she is in this regard, the more money she makes. So she's going to be more and more like this. In fact, she really dropped the ball here on Piers Morgan. And we could talk about why that is. She really dropped the ball for being shocking and therefore getting more and more people to show up who are of this mindset. They want the revenge porn. And why do people want revenge porn? Why is that stimulating for them? Because they're weak, because they're cowardly, because they're intimidated by the system, because they know that white guilt isn't beaten. They know that anti-whiteism isn't beaten. They know there'll be consequences for them, severe consequences in their lives. So they want to go out in an anonymous way and enjoy somebody doing the naughty thing that they're not allowed and would never do. And they'll watch that and they'll pay for it with their eyeballs, their presence. They'll give money to it. That's how Lilly and so many other content creators make their living. Lilly is also insulated from the consequences because she lives in the guest house on her parents' property. Her parents are paying for where she lives. Her parents are paying for her automobile. Her parents are paying for her food. Her parents are paying for her child. Does everybody else out there get to have someone else take care of them? Does everybody else out there get to have somebody insulate them against the consequences of their behavior? Well, no. Does any of the people who disagree with me have an actual argument? Nobody. When you present these slanders, and those are my victories. Just know how pathetic you look. When you straw man and slander me, every one of those is my victory. So, Lilly Gaddis, recourse to an abstraction that's never worked for us in a lame effort to be accepted by the broader white population, which are not going to accept it. And no one else, no anti-whites are obviously going to accept that. But this is a lame effort. I mean, maybe it could work for Elon Musk when he bought Twitter and said, oh no, it's not just about him, which of course it was all along, his speech. But then he turned it into a free speech to recruit all of you dummies out there to come to his aid, which you did. And now we see how much free speech we have on Twitter. It's really just Twitter again, isn't it? That's all it is. The only difference now is that he allows it to be used to quarantine people who are Jewsbergs. So they boost them. They deboost white identity. They boost everything destructive. And then they give all of the data that they take from your phones to the ADL. At least, that's my opinion. I'm sure it'll be shared publicly sometime real soon. But yeah, every time that somebody shows up and they just slander, it's my victory. It's our victory. So in this community, and those who are new, and those who are watching live, and those who will watch in replay, just know that they're not actually dealing with my arguments because they can't, because I'm right. So instead, they resort to the slander and the straw man. Again, we're winning. We've transformed people's lives. We've transformed people's work environments. We have testimonials in the hundreds of this happening. People in their department never being able to say one thing about the white race and our victimization, now have the entire department. They're able to all talk about it. People of multiple races able to talk about anti-whiteism, and it is wrong to victimize white people on the basis of our birth. I wonder if the guy that introduced with our concepts in that department, I wonder if he had instead gone in there and told everybody, like Lilly just said, he's a proud racist, and all the Ners out there just need to back off because it's a free speech issue. That guy would be in the unemployment line before the end of the day. And we all know it. We all know it. That's why nobody is dealing with my actual arguments. Did that sound come through okay? And spectacle making villain role-playing are like Johnny Somalis using our race injury as an excuse to clout chase. Very well put by the great Slots. Somebody called Barry saying you have no answers, except I'm giving them, except we've been succeeding for years, except we have testimonials in the hundreds. I just gave you one. You're seeing these people for what they are, and that is really useful in the long run, to see them for what they really are. Things like this Barry guy just said. So I just articulated everything you heard from me right there. And his response is, so we should be scared? You are scared. You are. That's why you're not using your real face and name. That's why you're not going out and videotaping yourself at work, carrying out what Lilly Gaddis is doing, where she has insulated. What do you mean? So we should be scared. We have reached out to a police department. Does that sound like fear to you? And changed an anti-white policy. So you're seeing the straw manning continue. Not a single individual addressing my actual argument. Not a single one. Now here she is here. And I guess it's down to 4 at this point of the show, because I think it started off with another white female. And here, Piers Morgan gives Lilly Gaddis, because she, for some reason, even though white guilt is defeated, haven't we all been told that? White guilt's been beaten. Anti-whiteism is destroyed. Of course, white guilt is part of anti-whiteism, not the totality, but it's all destroyed by saying the N-word. When that's happening, of course, all the time, and everybody in America used it. Every single bloody person used the N-word, and somehow we still got here. So she didn't say enter, which is peculiar. So Piers Morgan is probably got a producer in his ear saying, get her to say it. Get her to say it. It'll drive ratings. Now, you would think, if white guilt is defeated, if anti-whiteism is defeated, and if those things are defeated by saying enter, and this here is the broke-ass enters without the hard R, Lilly Gaddis, that would be like the first thing out of her mouth. It's the most powerful thing you can do. You're reclaiming the word, aren't you? You're reclaiming it, and it's going to free us from our victimization. It's going to unite the whole white race. It has already done that, and we'll take a look at that too. But here he is. He gives her the opportunity, and this is what it ends up looking like.
And I don't want to live in a country where you can say an inappropriate, rude thing, which, by the way, black people can say things to white people all the time.
By the way, when you start off with this, over 3 decades, I've been suffering this. I think this is wish listing. It's wish listing. It's not doing anything. So what if you don't want to live in a world where that's the world we live in? That's what you have to deal with.
And they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this.
So it's unfair. Yeah. The fair argument, the it's unfair argument has worked. So it's so powerful. It's so courageous to make the it's unfair argument. It works so well. It's not fair that they get to slander us and nothing happens to them, and we can't slander them without horrible things happening to us.
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
go on,
not
then say it.
So there it is. He went ahead, he threw the gauntlet down. Say it. What does Lilly do? What is this? I mean, we're seeing already memes go up of Lilly Gaddis with a crown as well. Big queen. You know what also is really interesting, and that's why it is this slur fetish, is that all of these guys, all of these sewer simps, they love a female going. They want more white women going out there, especially when they have their children with them, and calling adult black males enters. That is sick. That's sick. You don't care at all for white women. and for white children with everything that we see every single day on the internet of how white people are horrifically brutalized. And you're like, well, what we need is more white mothers to go out there. They're brave. You're not brave. They're brave. So you would think the very next word out of Lilly's mouth, where he says, go ahead, say it. The very next word would say, enter. Sure, I have no problem. Enter, enter, enter. Sure. But she doesn't. She doesn't. Do you know why? Even though she's insulated, living at her parents' house, and the more wild she is, the more money she makes, as opposed to having a real job, rather than doing this for a living, which she really isn't doing it for I guess it is her living. It's what she's making the money from, but she couldn't pay for her own existence with her tiny audience. But you know why she doesn't say it? She wants to be on Piers Morgan again. She wants to be invited on bigger shows than Piers Morgan. And so she doesn't say it because there are consequences that are negative. But she's the queen that's based in real and brave. And you're just a coward, Jason, because you won't say it.
Say
You
the
will
M-
not have
Go on,
free
say,
speech.
go on. Say the M word. Go on.
Look at her. She tries to ignore it. He keeps saying, say it. Go ahead, say it. She tries to ignore. Look at the face of consternation. Look at the face of consternation. But her opportunity gets bigger than this, because a black guy, and all white females. I mean, she's not even in the physical presence of this black guy. I mean, this is the time. This is the opportunity. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is when all of these wignat sewer simps are just like, yeah, lay it on him. There's the black guy. He's in your target. And he is saying, this black guy that's in the image right beside her, he says, do not say it. Do not say it. And she doesn't say it. Aw. Oh, it's kind of like Jason is right. It's kind of like Jason continues to be right.
No.
I don't
want you to invite this.
She's happy for that subject to be changed, but it ain't changed because we're watching and we're cognizant of the claims that were made, the slanders that are being brought, the non-arguments, the straw men, and we're not seeing it come to fruition here. Where is the sword of Enner that destroys all things? I got to be honest. There are white households where Enner is used 50 times a day. You can go to white sympathetic meetups, and even when they're suit and tie, you'll hear people there saying Enner. If it's less than suit and tie, you'll hear a lot of Enner, a lot of K-er as well. You'll hear a lot of that. You can go to low socioeconomic communities, white ones, and you'll hear them saying Enner. Enner is everywhere. Enner is everywhere. It's not new. And the more, violent, the more aggressive, the white people with less impulse control, maybe the white people who have been arrested for brawling, they're even more likely to use that word in their encounters. Why hasn't it taken back our destiny? Why hasn't it prevented all of this from happening? I mean, people are acting like Shiloh is the first person. She was not even the first white woman that day to say Enner. And they're acting like this is some sort of defeat of anti-whiteism. And the point that we've made and others have made is a powerful point. that if she had said, and I mean, I just spoke to it on the thread of one of my videos. If she had said, get the away from me, you anti-white POS, that none of these wignats would have cared. None of the incel community would have cared. Why is that? Because they don't care about white people. A white female with her white baby who had the diaper bag thieved, and she's leaving the playground where these kind of people shouldn't even be present in our country, for one. And she says, get the F away from me, anti-white, POS or whatever. They wouldn't care. Why? Because that argument that she would be making there would be that these individuals are anti-us. These people care because they're anti-black. That's why they care. She said enter, and so they are exuberant. And now they're trying to counterfeit and co-opt. They're taking this episode with Shiloh Hendrix, and they're trying to co-opt it and make it into their victory, because these people don't have victories. I literally have folks who have written me, and I've got some of them here, who have said in their comments, why don't you ever let us win? Why don't I let you win? I'm not letting or denying or you winning. Reality is preventing you from winning. I'm making arguments that healthy white people can take into their family circles, even dealing with their own thoughts, and then can take it into larger and larger concentric circles of lives and people they influence and succeed. That's what I'm doing. The why won't you let us win is the kind of argument a 7-year-old would make. I'm making an argument about why this notion that saying enter does not defeat anti-whiteism. It does not defeat white guilt. Out of the 7 reasons for supporting Shiloh Hendrix that I indicated, 6 of them positive, 1 of them negative, which was extremely reckless and dangerous for herself and her white baby. And that's a fact. That's a fact. Everybody out there saying, Jason thinks she shouldn't have said enter, and therefore that makes him a coward. Well, then you just use your real name, your face, and get out there with some adult black males and make a video of you calling them that. And then you can come back and preach. Then you can come back and say that, well, you're out there with your real face, real name, and making videos of accosting blacks and using enter on them. Then you can come back and tell me that, well, you're out there doing it at least. I'll still tell you that it's not ending white guilt. I'll still tell you that it's not ending anti-whiteism. I'll still tell you that it's not bringing white people together. What's bringing white people together, the ones that have come together in the Shiloh Hendrix case, I indicated it's not saying the word enter because it's already ubiquitous. It's already being said everywhere. I played you videos in 81. The head, the nerve center of the Republican Party was using it. We do have somebody who is not, I guess, refusing to tag me and is making counter arguments. No Chance says, you pretending there was no editorial decision? In what? What no editorial decision? Is that some kind of a midget sticked excuse for why Lilly Gaddis, look at her mouth. Look at what she's doing with her mouth right there. She is nervous as hell. She ain't about this editorial decision to liberate the white race. All she has to do is say enter, but some editorial consideration. Is that what you're really saying? Oh my God. Go ahead, no chance. Tag me with an actual argument, and I will read it and address it. Waiting. Every time you see this, all those people that are new, several of which, one of which, really a nice message about thanking me, brand new follower, thanking me for taking the moral position and doing the right thing for our people. Every sane person, every sane white person can see how destructive this is. And you can see right here that the biggest proponent, one of the biggest proponents, Lilly Gaddis, is too afraid because there are negative consequences.
Woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she said
he said it. He said it. Oh my God. She can't say it.
I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word, because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here, you and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word.
So this is a content creator here that is black, appears to be black, and is making money off of white people. He's Lilly Gaddis and this guy and so many others. Remember what I told you years ago? That this whole entertainment, this clickbait right, and how it was the so-called struggle against our victimization was becoming multiracial. That increasingly there would be non-white creators that would appeal to these multiracial audiences and get the revenue, get the eyeballs, etc. And that's what this guy is. So what he does here at this part of the stream is, instead of saying the word enter for some strange reason, I mean, shouldn't he be able to? And it is like the most powerful thing you can do. I can't believe this. I can't believe how ridiculous, honestly ridiculous this is. I've been at cookouts, these white sympathetic meetups, and there were old women saying enter. And they're acting like this is new. This is new. It's the most powerful thing that's ever happened. It's unbelievable. Like old, obese women wearing like giant muumuus with colossal sized flowers on the material. So here's, now's the time when this black guy, this black guy doesn't say enter. He holds up a little toy gun and it shoots out a little flag. And then the flag probably says enter. And that's why they blurred it out. So why didn't he say it? You got to be careful, when you're writing your grift and you're living off of the shock jock value of it. Like, what's the shocking thing to say now? What's the grossest shocking thing to say? You've got to ride that carefully. You don't want to shoot your load too quickly. And so maybe you just hold up a little flag that says enter on it. And then later you can kind of say it, and maybe it's kind of caught barely on the microphone. And then you got to build up. You don't want to blow the load or people won't show up anymore. They're there to hear the shock value of it. But Lilly Gaddis has a black guy that's saying, don't you dare say it. Don't you dare say it. And she doesn't. What a queen.
While I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Piers. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's racist. And I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you.
And I don't want to live in a country where...
All right. So that's how powerful it is. It's strong stuff. And, we're talking about black coffee. We're talking about black coffee here. Jason just doesn't want us to say, look, you little girls, you go say enter all you want. I'm demanding that you go out in the world that you change your avatars and your screen names and everything. Real name, real face, real videos. I'm demanding, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm demanding that you do it and put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. You want to criticize me? Put your money where your mouth is. And let's see how it works out for you and any others out there that decide to take back this word enter that all white people said, and somehow we have still been laid very low by anti-whiteism. Nasty says, why would he do it to himself? Kinfolk says, go easy on No Choice. He seems a bit slow. Henry says, in my experience, I'm not thrilled at all by anything anti-black, but I'm thrilled that whites are slowly breaking out of individualistic, the concrete confines. Yes, that's what we want. We want white people to stop being selfishly individualistic. And when you are complaining about non-white people, you are being selfishly individualistic because you're not talking about them victimizing all of us. You're talking about them being unsettling and frightening for you. I'm not scared of blacks. So many of these people, all of these people probably, that are having this orgasmic reaction to the use of the word enter by a tiny white woman with her baby on her hip. They are deathly afraid of blacks. They are deathly afraid. So it is this total revenge where it's like, oh my God, yes, yes. Somebody actually said it. Because they are too afraid. They are cowards. They're not saying it. I have been in fist fights with blacks. I have gone out on the football field and competed against colossal size at the college level. Blacks, run into them at full speed. So when somebody says enter, I don't see it as some sort of like, oh, yay, yay. Yay. Jason's getting in the way. Is such a pathetic admission of one's self-imposed and self-believed inferiority to blacks, that you would get orgasmic over a white woman with a baby calling an emaciated black guy enter repeatedly. And still we don't, she didn't know whether or not he would end her and end her baby. It was a very reckless gamble. And it's not the kind of behavior that we should be endorsing. 6 other reasons to endorse Shiloh Hendrix. That behavior? No. It hurts being right this much. And here we have Joel Davis decided to respond to my post where I clearly state here, saying enter does not defeat white guilt. I wonder if I can get the rest of that. Yeah. I'll read that so we can see whether Joel, the former anti-white Davis, responds to my argument at all. Now remember, he's considered like a deep thinker by the Wignat sewer simps. So he endlessly thieves, purloins, sticky fingers Davis, the work that we do here, and then tries to wrap it up in some sort of Third Reich, go out to the people with swastika banners so that you can take that back from what the anti-whites have done to us. So let's see. Let me take. No Chance Now says, you'd still be crying. Let me see. You should be crying if Shiloh called the kid an N-er, or he was acting like an N-er instead of the word. You are slow, my friend. You are very slow. I've been talking about Shiloh and her baby's safety, and the Shilohs and their babies' safety, white women and their white babies, and behavior that will get them obliterated 99 out of 100 times. What are you talking about? God. Once again, straw man argument. What's the argument that No Chance is making right there? And he's being a good representative for all of the others, because it's exactly how they think or not think and react and respond. The straw man argument that Jason is upset with the use of the word N-er. That's the problem. Jason doesn't like the word N-er used. Jason says we can't say N-er. Say it all you want. Go to work and say it and videotape it. Say it all you want. Tons of white people are saying it every day. Say it all you want. When it comes to the recapture of our destiny, though, it's not going to be effective. It's not going to be effective. Jason said Jason would still be mad because that word he says is naughty word. Wow. All right. And think about this, folks. I can dunk on these people. I can dunk on them when I have a hellish sinus infection. You know how the sinus infection just like it opens up a valve when you just like takes all of your energy away, and it takes it all away. You can only think about the pressure and the pain and I still dunk. I still 360. By the way, I haven't done it in a long time, but I can dunk a basketball. I wonder how many of these clowns can. I'm 5 feet 11 inches tall. I don't say 6 feet because I think that would be Claudine Gay, even though I'm an inch away. And yet, you could do the math and see how high my vert is, and I can dunk. Okay, here was my post that Joel Stiggy Fingers Davis, responded to, and we're going to see if he addresses any of my argument. By the way, did you know that Joel Davis is a musician? Did you know that? Did you know that over there? That Joel is a musician? He plays the flesh flute. He's really good at it, I hear. Saying N-er does not defeat white guilt. White guilt does not stop people from saying N-er. We weren't told, quote, don't say N-er because whites are inherently evil, enslaved the world, exploited the innocent, etc. We were taught to not say N-er because it is immoral. That's what, listen close here. What did I write there, Cupcake? I said, we were taught to not say it because it was immoral. Not that no white guilt. Jason is saying it's immoral. I mean, the reading comprehension skills. I think in some cases it is that they're this dumb. But in other cases, it really is malicious. And I write, it is immoral because it hurts blacks' feelings. That is what we were taught. That's not my position. Okay? Okay? Do I got to get out some crayons for you? That's what we were taught. God, the world is dumb. And since it is immoral to say, there also can be associated costs for saying it, such as condemnation, firing, etc. We just saw Lilly, living in my parents' guest house, eating off their food, feeding my child with their money, broke ass enters Gaddis, refused to say enter because in society it is considered immoral to do that, and as a consequence there are negative consequences, even for her, a shock jock on the right. Even for her, because she wants to be back on that show. She wants to go on other shows like that show, Piers Morgan, and bigger shows like, so there would be negative consequences which would rob her of being able to do that. So all of you morons out there that think that that's the way to go and that she's some kind of paragon of enterism, just note that when it would negatively impact her, when it would impinge on her, look up the word, when it would impinge on her, she did not use it. People also don't say enter because some blacks will maim and kill you for saying it. I then say, so you aren't defeating white guilt by saying enter. You'll learn this and so much more at our gathering today at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. What else might you learn? Learn about the new grift slur fetish that all the Wignat simps are buying. So, that was what I wrote. What did Joel Flesh Flute playing Davis say in response to that? That I've had several people, including the little twat here that tagged me in it. She took screenshots of it, and then she's like, there's your refutation. Okay. Joel Davis writes this. According to this white advocate, so boys in the well, not a white advocate because I don't want white women and their babies being obliterated by black people. According to this white advocate, saying the N-word is immoral. Is that what you just heard me read? Is that what you just heard me read? I clearly say that we are taught that it is immoral. We are not, we do not refrain from saying it because we are white guilted, and therefore white guilt is defeated by using it. I said we don't say it because we are taught that it's immoral. So this numbnuts, this absolute Jim Henson Muppet, says right in the first line that Jason Kuna, No White Guilt, says it's immoral to use the N-word. Straw man, my victory. My victory. I could drop Mike right now and walk out of here. And he says that No White Guilt says to not use the word enter because it's immoral, and that is because it hurts black people's feelings. Straw man. Straw man. Just build them, buddy. Just build them and knock them down. Just build that straw man, knock that thing down. Don't address my actual arguments because your position is inferior because I continue to win, because our tactics win in people's lives. We have had testimonials, at least 2 I'm thinking about right now, of power lifters who started going free and addressing the poisonous ideas about our people being evil that they had been infected with over the course of their lives, and most powerfully when they were children. And they broke the weights at which the ceiling they had hit. They couldn't lift anymore. They couldn't go beyond it. It was a sticking point for them. And then a couple of months after going free and creating the counter triggers in their own thoughts, they suddenly felt better about themselves. They suddenly broke through the ceilings of their limits. These were both people that did not know each other. And there have been others. Where's fit and healthy? There are numerous people who have improved themselves even physically. And of course, it makes perfect sense because the limitations we put on our bodies are a consequence of our thoughts. They began to break through the limitations that they felt were throughout the totality of our people and therefore themselves. I wonder if you had gone to them and said, hey, buddy, you know what? You want to get by that weight limit that you're stuck at? Just use enter. The guys would probably say, I already say it. Nothing's happening. Let's continue with Flesh Flute. He says, morality isn't dictated by feelings. If it was, so create a straw man, knock it down, and now argue a different point altogether. If it was, it would be entirely arbitrary. I'm not talking about whether or not morality is based in feelings. I'm telling you what is indeed the case. Not my position. It's an acceptance of the reality. He says, morality, I guess he's going to keep talking about this. I haven't read this, and I haven't listened to the clip that was sent to me of Collett. So we're doing this together because that's how good I am, God. That's how good I am. Morality needs to be rooted in fundamental principles of virtue and justice. Okay, now it's like talking to somebody else. If someone has a wild, disproportionate reaction to something, now here comes an abstraction. Looks like you don't reward hysterics by obeying them into a maxim. So you don't reward their hysterics by obeying them into a maxim. That's how you get a society ruled by heretics or hysterics. Sorry. What does it have to do with what I just said? Nothing. Nothing. Why are we taught to not say the word enter? We are taught that it's immoral. And we are told that it's immoral because it hurts black people's feelings. And we don't want to hurt people's feelings because we're white. And we have a thing about our nature, sometimes good, sometimes bad, where we project ourselves into the brains and bodies of other human beings. So the normal white person doesn't, in fact, we project ourselves into the brains of animals. We project ourselves into trees, into grass, into rivers. You see it all the time. That's a reality of our race. Every normal white person instinctually doesn't want to hurt people's feelings unnecessarily. That doesn't mean that we're not going to end up hurting some people's feelings. But it does mean that we were told that will hurt their feelings. And when we were children and we were thinking about not wanting to hurt a black, we're thinking about the innocent, normal black kid in the class, or lots of black kids in the class. And we're thinking about, boy, if I were in the shoes of that person, I would not want to be made to feel that way. That's what normal white people. So that was my position. He is talking about, what do you base morality on? He's spun off into this other subject that has nothing to do with my statement, that is then sent to me as a refutation of my statement. Go eat some more paint chips. This guy, meaning me, claims to be on our side. 3 decades of service, 5 books, thousands of hours with my face, with my name, physically fighting as well as mentally fighting, improving people's lives. So yeah, I think it's a fair claim to say that I'm on the side of white people. This guy claims to be on our side, but demands, Jason demands we all submit to the irrational moralism of our enemies. Is that what happened in that statement? Another victory for me. Another point for me. Another straw man created by Flesh Flute in order to beat me and my position. The same irrational moralism that subverts our people into feeling guilty for existing. So what he's saying is that Jason wants you to submit to anti-whiteism, because now he's referencing obliquely, without naming it, anti-whiteism. Does that sound right? Does that sound like what Jason does? The same irrational moralism that subverts our people into feeling guilty for existing and subordinating ourselves to ridiculous racial double standards. So, according to this lying bitch, the no white guilt guy wants you to submit to anti-whiteism. Talk about a straw man. What a little fucker this guy is. What a little cowardly bitch this guy is. And I was nice to this guy. I was nice to this guy. Black people, he goes on, can use whatever anti-white slurs they can come up with, and there's 0 social penalties. So what do we see here? The same flaccid response that Lilly Gaddis just used. It's not fair. It's not fair that they can call us names. I want to call them names. Then go do it, buddy. Go do it. I'm sure there are some big ass black bucks out there in Australia you can wander right up to with the video camera and just say, hey, Anner. Cuss him out some more. Go ahead. So he's actually using the argument that it's not fair. White people have enough maturity and grace that we simply don't care. Is that what it is? No. It's the infection of anti-whiteism. You don't understand it because you're just like stealing from me a little bit here, a little bit there. So you don't understand. It's not our grace. It's not our grace. It's the infection of If we were focused on us, we would be able to defend ourselves as mildly or aggressively as needed, as warranted. And we would do it together. If blacks could muster the same virtues, then the N-word would lose all its potency. But instead, they conjure outrage against a silly word because it gives them a contrived license to act upon their anti-white hatred. You're welcome, by the way, for that. Anti-white blacks use this word against white people because they're anti-white. That's why. White people need to reject this nonsense, and that's why breaking the N-word taboo is so necessary. Oh my God. That is hilarious. This is the same guy telling you to go create a retreatment of Adolf Hitler, to go rewrite history, to be a historical revisionist. You got to break the taboo. Go out into the world. Be the villain in the anti-white narrative. break the taboo. That's what this guy is saying. So it's necessary. He uses the word necessary to say the N-word. Again, all of America, all of white America was using the N-word up until not very long ago. Somehow, it didn't stop anti-whiteism. Somehow, it hadn't welded us together as a people. Somehow, it didn't inoculate us against white guilt. Somehow. And we have, like I showed you, the video of the old woman in North Carolina over 6 years ago using Enter on video, and being interviewed with more balls than Lilly Gaddis on Piers Morgan. I mean, she was on the local news. And she's like, it's offensive, and that's why I said it. The brains of the Republican Party in 1981 saying it over and over and over. But somehow, it did not prevent white guilt. Somehow it didn't stop and prevent anti-whiteism. But you know what? Now that we're far more deracinated and there's far fewer of us and there's far less homogeneity, now it's going to work. Oh my God. Our morality shouldn't be dictated by their feelings, but by our own sense of honor and justice. He says, whites don't owe civility to races that demonstrate themselves incapable of civility. So the totality of the race of black people, you don't owe civility to them, he's saying, because there are certainly blacks that are uncivil. So go out into the world and make sure that you call all blacks Enners, because that's going to break the stigma, overcome white guilt and anti-whiteism, and weld us into a people on the basis of Enner. Madness. Perfect madness. Let's see what else we have here in the live chat. And I'll be keeping an eye out for financial gifts. Looks like we have the house is lit over there on Rumble. Good to see everybody. Good to see folks on D Live and on Odyssey. I've got that phenomenon where you can feel the heartbeat in your skull. Cockatoo is in the live chat. Says to somebody who has taken the name David Lane, and I'm going to go ahead and guess that this is not his real name. If you're going to criticize him, being me, please tag him. Yes, tag me so that I can see what you have to say. I very much enjoy. All right, David Lane. Is it about fairness or about pointing out the double standards? It's not fair. If you're saying there are double standards, you're saying it's not fair, right? If you're saying there's one standard for them and it works for them and another standard for us and it doesn't work for us, you're saying it's not fair. That's what pointing out double standards is saying. In the policing of our speech by another race, it's not a policing of our speech by blacks. It's a policing of our speech by anti-whiteism, all anti-whites. And further, ordinary white folk, a lot of them are going to, whether they're anti-white or not, are going to object to calling blacks Enners because they were taught that it hurts their feelings. And they don't want to unnecessarily hurt someone's feelings. So you got everybody who is suffering, all the anti-whites that are going to object to the use, and a bunch of normal white folk that are going to object to it. But say it all you want. You know you've been saying it before today. You know it's not like some revolutionary thing. You know it's like, oh, the key has been found and Jason's keeping us from it. You know, the day before Shiloh Hendrix uttered it, you were saying it. Let me continue. You're correct. They use the threat of violence to control our speech. You are correct, but then you put a question mark? Not all of them, certainly. But there are blacks that will absolutely ruin you, kill you for using that word. Now, I can defend myself. I can throw down like a beast. I've been in, regrettably, too many street fights, especially in my youth. Try not to do that so much these days, but especially in my youth. But I mean, all the way up through college with physically fit people. But I am not going to encourage ordinary white people to go out into the world and use this word and get themselves ended as a consequence. Most likely, though, they would not use "enter" coming across blacks, whether it be females or males, that are going to physically attack you for it. Most likely, these white people who get rolled up in this nonsense during this entire spectacle after the episode of Shiloh Hendrix are going to use it in more intimate circles. But they may be a little bit more adventurous. They may try it with somebody at work that they would never have said that with. They may try it, and they're going to suffer the consequences. It's not going to do any good for white people. It's not going to help us one iota. You cannot retake this word. The only thing that could potentially happen with the word "enter" is that comedians who were able to use this word and these shock jocks of yesteryear who were able to throw the word in here and there, especially to make a joke funnier, if the audience grows tolerant enough of or interested in that being used in the joke or used in the utterance of a shock jock, they might begin using it, but it would depend on their platform that they're on. But I will simply refer you to the fact that cartoons, I mean, didn't South Park use this "enter"? Did that liberate us? Did that benefit you? It was being used on talk radio. Did that liberate us? Did that benefit us? He then says, why should we just accept this? We're not accepting anti-whiteism. We're addressing the totality of anti-whiteism by employing concepts in our own thoughts and in our speech that both empower us and simultaneously weld us into a people and simultaneously displace anti-whites from the moral high ground. That's what there's no surrender to anything. Slot says, I don't want to get rid of double standards. I want to get rid of anti-white standards. Amen. Epic. We got the smartest people in this community. You got to love it. Don't want to get rid of double standards, want to get rid of anti-white standards. Our people require certain environments to thrive, different from others. Amen to that. Big amen. to the great sloths. And David Lane asking, okay, anti-white centers, and we are addressing them with these concepts successfully with this dialogic of Go Free, successfully to the tune of hundreds of testimonials. And that's why the grifters out there, that's why they look for anything, and they'll straw man the hell out of me to try to get people to not listen to me, because what's working invalidates what doesn't work, right? So we've been invalidating them, and they don't want to lose audience. They don't want to have to address my actual arguments. They'll hear about this gathering, and then what will they say about the arguments that I've leveled here? Jason says that we should kneel to blacks. Everyone is a victory for me. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt. If you have anything that you would like to share, any questions you would like to ask, I would like to address them. Maybe you have heard from people like Flesh Flute and others. I am assuming here that Collett is going to strawman me as well. Collett, for whatever his positives were, blatantly misrepresented me to the totality of the PWR audience and everyone beyond that in any way could have the information filtered or trickle to them. He blatantly misrepresented. This is the guy, again, for whatever his positives are, that told me that we had agreed that I was going to take a break from the show and that we would wait until all these serious radical freaks that were pressuring the hell out of Mark would back down and go away, and then once they did, I would come back. I got on the show, ready for the show to get started, and Mark wasn't there. He wasn't on the screen. He popped onto the screen with seconds to go before the show started, the show that we were going to announce this, and told me, nope, we're not doing that. This is our last show ever. And so click the button live. That's what this guy did. After I had saved his show years earlier, when he lost his American contact for being able to stream because he was banned from streaming on YouTube. He lost his contact. He had no one to go to. And I heard about this and I said, I will jump in there. I will stream his show for him. And I'll just be some guy in the background. So I jumped into stream, and he thanked me numerous times for doing that, saving the show when it was called This Week on the Alt-Right. And then he decided, after I shared my points on all of the shows of his that we streamed through my channel, he decided, hey, it would be great to have you as a regular panelist. And so I said, I'll stay. You know what else? I did it for no money. In that entire time, showing up on time, being there for every stream, even appearing when I was in the parking lot of the hospital 2 times when my mother was having heart surgery and was present for the show. Never a dime given to me. Not only that, but in short order, realized that the vast majority of the people who are here for what Mark was preaching weren't going to be able to cross over to me and what I was preaching. So it was like 2 guys with 2 different audiences, largely, that were both, he what I would refer to as white sympathetic, me what I would refer to as white positive, just kind of like two ships working together and different agenda, different machinery, a different way to get to the destination. I stayed on with no money and no transference of audience. My audience didn't grow at all from doing PWR. There are a few people, but that's it, that came from that audience to become followers of the Go Free practice. And I stayed. Kanye West decided he was going to throw his tantrum exactly as we articulated, step by step it would happen. That's exactly how it happened with Kanye. Then they decided that this was the moment, just like they're saying right now about Shiloh Hendrix. This is the moment we can finally take down the Jews. Everybody, this billionaire, and he's black too, is saying Jew this and Jew that. We all have to get on board because now it's now or never. And I said, bullshit. He's going to be ruined. And anybody who takes up this notion of saying it's the Jew, they're going to be ruined. And in fact, I coined Ye's Law, which meant the consequences of doing what Kanye West was saying to do and was articulating in his criticism of Jews, and those who would imitate it, and the consequences for them. And it worked out the exact same way. This is a mirror. Then it was the Jews. Now it is the blacks. Now is the time, everything. And what's happening, just like back then, when it was the Jews will be taken down. And you have no idea how many times I was told. Maybe you were told 1,000 times too. It's now or never. We've got to pile on. And anyone who thinks it won't work, like that Jason guy, has got to go. Same thing they're saying now. That was years ago, folks. Were the Jews taken down? No, but what happened was that constructive, productive relationship between Mark and I was ruined. That got taken down by the pressure of all of those losers. Tits Minadeo is the lead on it. A guy who actually had to have a mastectomy or had his tits removed because he grew them even though he was a male. Because of him and all of the hangers on like him. And so Mark, right before the show, says, nope, that's it. This is it. So I had to immediately on camera comport myself from a Jason is going to be taking a sabbatical from the show to a final show ever. Not only that, Mark put up a thumbnail to straw man me, the biggest straw man in history. He put up a thumbnail where he had taken me leaning back like this and referencing something off to this side of my office. And over top of, in that area, he put the Israeli flag. And it said along the bottom of it, like America and Israel forever or something like that. And made it look like that's what I was for. That guy. And again, for whatever his positive points are, which he never apologized for that. He never apologized for changing the plans seconds before the show. That same guy, for whatever his good points are, was caught on a hot mic with David Duke a month or whatever, 2 months later, where he was slandering the ever-living shit out of me to David Duke, saying that I was a supporter of Israel, and never had I ever said anything even remotely close to that. That was just the straw man argument that he propped up in order to knock it down when it came to me. Everybody remembers that. Same guy. Meanwhile, I still have all of the emails. I haven't shared any, but I still have all of the emails of me back and forth with Mark, where I am always talking about him, his wife, and his child, and their income, and that I know they make their income off of this, and that I don't want to get in the way of that income. It was I who said that I would take a break because I knew that there would be a negative consequence economically for me being present for him, his wife, and his child. All of that spelled out clearly in email after email. And him writing back saying, no, mate, we don't got to do that, mate. We'll figure it out. We'll make it work some other way. So this Shiloh Hendrix, it's kind of like Kanye West all over again in that respect. So now let's listen to this exchange between Warren Baylog, who, by the way, when he is, I don't know if he says anything negative about me here or not, but when he's in my presence, he is very polite. But this person, this is No Chance from the show, tagged me here and said that Collett challenges me to a debate on the Shiloh Hendrix controversy. Quote, and I guess this is Collett, not Baylog. This woman is the epitome of no white guilt. The epitome. Jason, did you mean to misspell my name like that? Jason Kuna isn't no white guilt. This woman is no white guilt. I can take you to a pool hall tonight, and I can find a woman with tattoos who will scream enter or the S word for the Fuenteses, or will scream at them. I can take you to a pool hall tonight and find a woman like that for you. In fact, probably find a few. They're acting like that behavior is 1 in a million, when that's common. So let's see. Let's blow up the screen here. Let me point out really quickly as we do that, that I gave, let me make them big on the screen for y'all. That. I gave like half a dozen reasons that are positive and productive for supporting Shiloh Hendrix, and specifically the episode, but herself as well. We had objecting to her victimization, objecting to our victimization through her, blowback for Carmelo Anthony and the anti-white blacks that were financing and saying how much they hated white people, wanted them dead. The reactive support, when the reactive support was based on our well-being. Reactive support based on being able to say enter is not positive. The white solidarity as well, when it is based on our well-being. It's not white solidarity if it's solidarity in being able to say enter. Supporting this woman so that this white mom with her kids, so that she can get away from this persecution. She can get away from the bad area, and she can get away, and she can have a bit of a war chest to deal with anti-whites coming after her now, which are a consequence of her behavior, to give her a war chest so that she can fight that. And she's going to need a war chest, and I hope that a sizable chunk of it doesn't end up in the hands of the family who will undoubtedly sue her civilly, I imagine, although they're already looking like they're going to end up with $500,000 or somewhere close to that. Those were all the positive things to support Shiloh Hendrix and they're coming together to support her. The negative thing is supporting her using enter. That's what I criticize. So I want to see now if Collett or Baylog here is going to actually deal with my argument about celebrating the use of the word enter. Or are they going to straw man me, one or both, or whatever it ends up being? But the argument, the attendant argument, when it comes to this using the word enter, we've already addressed it was the end of white guilt, it's the end of anti-whiteism, all perfect nonsense. Absolutely perfect nonsense. The other claim that's being thrown at me is that using the word enter has united the white race. It's united the white race. The use of the word enter. How pathetic of a claim. It absolutely has not united the white race. I don't believe the majority of the people, or a sizable number of the people who have financially gifted Shiloh, I believe have done so for one of those positive, constructive reasons. That's my belief. I don't get to talk to those people, but that's my belief. Beyond that, this claim that the white race has been united by her saying enter and are united behind her saying enter and our right, I guess, to say enter, that the white race is behind it. I looked at her Give, Send, Go, or GoFundMe, whatever it is. Give, Send, Go. And there have been 27,000 people that have given her money. And I know that of that number, and this is the most popular thing on the internet there is. It's talked about everywhere on the internet. Everywhere I have opened up the internet, there's this conversation about Shiloh Hendrix and what she did and what's happening to her and what shouldn't happen to her or what should happen to her. It's everywhere. So planet Earth, by way of the internet, is aware of Shiloh Hendrix. And some of that number are non-white people. 2 non-white people attacked me, saying that they aren't even white and they are giving money to Shiloh because blacks are bad. So who knows how many of the 27,000 people who have donated to Shiloh showing her support are white. What percentage of it is actually white? And then you have to deal with the actual number. 27,000. You know, when I used to check in on how well Salty Cracker was doing when he was streaming, because I was just amazed that so many people would show up for live streams of that guy. He would have sometimes triple that number of people live in his audience. Often double that number live. So it's a bit of an overstretch to say that the white race has come together because of the number of donations given to Shiloh Hendrix. 27,000. You could do the math. Let's listen to our friends.
This woman is the epitome of no white guilt. Jason Cohn, he's not no white guilt.
She's the epitome. Bro, give it a rest. You know very well you can go down to a pub within 5 minutes of your place, find a white girl with tats, that will scream enter. Give me a break.
This woman is no white guilt, and the people who support her are people who have thrown away their white guilt.
They're the people who have thrown away. So white guilt's defeated. Have they thrown away white guilt? Lilly Gaddis couldn't even say it. The queen of broke-ass enters couldn't even say it on Piers Morgan. Are these people, their white guilt is so thrown away, are they going to work and saying enter? Are they going to their community center and saying enter as evidence of their white guilt being gone? And again, I will refer you to my comment about, do we not say enter because we feel white guilt? I mean, this is a preposterous position. It is preposterous. But it is self-serving. His audience wants to hear this. Mark now has 2 children. He needs the income. This is what his audience will pay for. This is what his audience will show up for.
I feel that the people who are so desperate to sort of turn their back on this woman, people like Jason.
Okay. At what point did Jason, quote, turn his back on Shiloh Hendrix? 6 positive constructive reasons to support. 1 criticism of the reckless endangerment of her child and herself. And that gets turned into the straw man that Jason has turned his back on Shiloh Hendrix. Why does Mark have to employ a straw man? Because he is wrong. Because I am right. So these are points for me. Address my actual argument or say nothing. I mean, that's despicable. You know, how many times does this guy have to straw man me with really ugly positions? Supporter of Israel and now turning back on Shiloh Hendrix. I mean, if we lived in the same town, I would like a face-to-face visit. I mean, this guy's going out regularly to, and by the way, how many people in this guy's circle of followers need to go to jail without him ever going to jail? I mean, that's just a question I'll drop there for you to think about on your own. But how many people closely associated with Mark Collett have to go to jail with Mark Collett never going to jail? So this guy's out there slandering me. This is disgusting to tell his audience. There's no place that I have said anything remotely endorsing a position of turning my back or anybody's backs on Shiloh. At no point. So this is despicable. And as good as I was to this guy, I mean, I'm inclined to share the emails so everybody can see. Disgusting. Absolutely repugnant. And now what's going to happen with all of this guy's followers, I guess the ones that haven't gone to jail, they're all going to go out in the world and say that Jason's turned his back on this white mother and her baby. Fuck you, Collett. Fuck you, you little dick prick. Fuck you. You know you're wrong. And nowhere did I say anything remotely like that. You are such a bad charactered bitch. Unbelievable. Fuck you.
They are trapped, really, in the system's narrative that one word is more powerful and more important than any suffering that white people go through. And if you use the word, or if you defend somebody who uses the word, you're the villain in the story. You're the villain in the narrative. This is complete and utter crap.
Oh, no. Let me prub of this AC unit. Hold on. How could you be this much of a liar about a guy that looked out for your wife and child as much as I did, bro? How could you be this much of a bitch to a man who looked out this much for your wife and child? What a classless motherfucker. He really needs, the next time he streams on Wednesday, to come out to his audience, and the very first thing he does is tell people, Jason never said any of that. Jason never turned his back on Shiloh. This is really one of the most classless things. I can't believe that anybody with any class would continue to follow him.
And this is one of the things that the system has seeded in people's minds, that it's better to let your daughter get raped than be accused of being a racist. It's better, or if you defend somebody who uses the word, you're the villain in the story, you're the villain in the narrative. This is complete and utter crap.
No, agreed that it is complete bullshit that we are victimized inside of this anti-white narrative. And I have a prescription that demonstrates success for how to deal with that. Saying enter and encouraging women to say enter by celebrating Shiloh Hendrix using it is not going to end my victimization. It's not going to end Mark's victimization. It's not going to end Warren's victimization. It is going to get a lot of people hurt. That's what it's going to do. You know what I wonder? I wonder if Mark is going to tell Mrs. Mark to go out and call blacks Ners when she encounters them, especially when she has her two babies with her. I wonder if he's going to encourage her to do that. That would be a real demonstration that he's a hypocrite, wouldn't it? I mean, if Jason is saying that Shiloh was reckless and that she endangered her baby and herself by doing that, and Mark's saying, no, if you say that it was reckless, that's wrong. We need to be encouraging people to say it. But he doesn't encourage his wife to say it at the park. Then that would be a little hypocritical, wouldn't it? SN says, you must not have been here. He says, you don't have to be rude to Mark. You must not have been here when Mark just told his entire 3,000 person audience that I said to turn your back on Shiloh Hendrix, because that's far worse. That's an attack on my reputation. Me saying fuck you to Mark is not even remotely close to slandering my reputation and engendering an army of vegetables to come after me. Do you understand? SN, do you fucking understand that?
And this is one of the things that the system has seeded in people's minds, that it's better to let your daughter get raped than be accused of being a racist. It's better for a dad to stand with his son's killers than it is for the dad to say, you know what, I never wanted to live around these black people in the first place, and look how it's ended up for my family. It's better for a woman to let her children's toys be stolen from the nappy bag than it is for her to snap and tell the little black thief to get out of the nappy bag. And I'll tell you this.
No. Pretty typical. Gets that wrong. It's not the system that is the concern here. It's not the system and what the system wants that is the concern. It's the safety of Shiloh Hendrix and her baby that is the concern. You don't disregard Shiloh Hendrix and her baby's safety because the system says, and you've got to buck the system. Are you fucking insane? I mean, how is this considered cogent thinking to anyone? What the system thinks is immaterial at that moment with my criticism. The system says that she shouldn't say that word. So therefore she should. Oh, she got killed? Oh, well. You don't got to live with it. SN saying, he spoke with Mark and wouldn't mind having a respectful debate. Does this look like this is somebody who is capable of a respectable conversation? There is no evidence. Nowhere have I said, in none of my tweets, in none of my posts, nothing on Telegram, nowhere have I said what he just claimed I said to engender hostility toward me. I mean, we can go further. The guy, does this look like a guy who would have a respectable debate that was called on a hot mic lying about me and slandering me? Does this look like a guy that's capable of a respectable debate that put up a thumbnail that remains on that video to this day that gave the impression that I was a supporter of Israel? Does that look like the guy that's capable of a respectable debate? Give me a break.
For a guy who calls himself No White Guilt, he sure has a lot of white guilt on his shoulders. And
what is the evidence of that? The system says she shouldn't say enter, so therefore she should say enter and get killed. No wonder, it's no wonder that we are in the state that we are in. With this kind of ill logic, with this kind of pseudo logic that's guiding those of us who care, it's failure guaranteed. What the system thinks and what the system wants in that moment is totally immaterial. Totally immaterial. Address that one, Mark. And address it fairly. Don't go tell your audience. I mean, if I wanted to engender some hostility toward you, we could start making some claims. We could start saying some things. There have been people who have come to me. I have videos. We could start releasing some things. If we wanted to do that, we could. But that's not how I operate. Because my reason for doing this is not to make a living. I don't make a living off of this. Maybe that's why, or that not maybe, but that's definitely why when I see an incident like this, I'm thinking about the white mother and her baby and their safety. And you are thinking about what does your audience want to hear? What argument is going to appeal to them? The system wants you to not say enter, and so therefore you should. Unbelievable.
He's got this completely wrong, and people have been asking me about this all day in my chats and my private messages.
This is just like Kanye West all over again. Kanye West came out cussing the Jews. I said he's throwing a tantrum because his divorce date is coming up and he will lose the divorce. He will lose his kids. And so he's lashing out at the group of people who he has to pay handsomely in order to be a billionaire, in order to sell his music, in order to sell his clothing. And he's lashing out to them for that. And as soon as the divorce is over, it'll go away. What happened? Once the divorce went away, once he lost his kids, it went away for a long time. Then he had to get this other white wife and start throwing a tantrum again because of all the injury that he had. And you know what's really fascinating? Another proof that I'm right. He just released a song. He just released a song where in the beginning of it, he's talking about, he doesn't matter that he's famous. Now he can't have his kids. Doesn't matter that he's famous. He can't get to his bank accounts. They were all closed. So I was right there. And this is the exact same thing when Kanye West had his tantrum. Mark had the exact same thing happening. He was inundated by people complaining about me and demanding that he disparage me. The exact same thing. This is just Kanye West 2.0.
Messages, emails. If Jason wants to look, and he's got this completely wrong, and people have been asking me about this all day in my chats and my private messages, emails. If Jason wants to debate me on this issue,
people sitting in private messages and emails, he's being inundated. It's just like Kanye West. Remember, we've talked about how easy it is to control content creators by way of their audience.
I'd be more than happy to debate him on this issue. But I'll tell you this, we do need Ingrid.
Yes, he wants me to come in there to have a conversation about how Jason turned his back on Shiloh Hendrix. And he's such a reliable guy. He's such a class act and a reliable guy.
Group preference. We do need white solidarity, and he's right about that. But to claim that the mess white people are in today is all the fault of white people, and that we can't criticize other people for doing terrible.
I never said that it's only the fault of white people. It is all anti-whites of all races.
Things to us is nonsense. And also to deny the role that Jews have played in getting us in this.
Oh my God. Never made any such claim. Never. That was part of the issue during the Kanye West thing, was that I condemned all anti-whites, which meant all anti-white Jews, but that their birth as Jews didn't matter to me. And that was a position that he was fine with all the way up until Kanye West. And all of the emails and private messages that came into him about me. I swear, it'd be so easy to point to the possibility of anti-whites organizing, operating, emailing, direct messaging to keep things focused on other groups of people and therefore nothing productive.
This mess through their control of the media, through their control of Hollywood, through their control of the educational establishment.
So there you have it again. This really trustable, reliable guy just wants to have a little debate with a person that he has already strawmanned the hell out of, to the point of, I mean, what does telling his audience, who are so many of whom are radically anti-Jewish, they're hardcore J-Spurs, what does telling them do to them when you say, oh, this Jason guy, he denies that they have anything to do with it? What does that do to them? What kind of opinion do they form about me that's not based in reality? When you go to all of these white people who ostensibly and on the surface, or to whatever degree they legitimately feel concern for white people, and you go to them and you say that Jason is telling you to turn your back on a white mother and her baby being harassed and thieved by blacks. What do you think that's going to do to that group of people? Their opinion of the no white guilt guy. He knows exactly what that does. This is perfectly irresponsible and malicious on his part. Do you see, am I making up any arguments for Mark? Or am I just taking what he's literally saying here and telling you the consequences? I don't have to make up an argument for him. I don't have to create a straw man for him. SN is so perfectly an enemy of this community. I just get done pointing out, and SN can see how classless and underhanded Mark is. And SN's like, yeah, but still, have a conversation with him. Sloth says, Mark used the concepts you brought to twist into an anti-J Whitneg equivocation of other focus with white well-being. They keep treating biospirits as similar. Multiracial J hate. Well said, Sloths. Well said. As I'm saying, you've always had respectful conversations. Was it respectful when he presented me and my position as a supporter of Israel? Was that respectful? I was respectful to him because of the relationship that we had on that final show. I was well within my rights to tell him on air, fuck you. We had an agreement that we came to because I was looking out for the welfare of your wife and daughter, that I was going to step away. I was well within my right to do that. But instead, out of respect for that relationship and to prevent there from being bigger waves than necessary in the white sympathetic sphere over it, I remained amicable. I should be lauded for that. I could have gone off during that show over that thumbnail. Nasty Butler says, seems like Mark's lies are pretty anti-white. They really are. Western Sunrise says, I learned about No White Guilt through Mark, and I suspect many others. Aside from his children, this will be the only thing of value that Mark accomplishes in his life. Thank you for saying that, Western Sunrise. Big salute to you. Ivan says, are you unaware that the NFX song... Oh, I was unaware. Yeah, it's not audible to me, but thank you for telling me. I hope it provided a serene backdrop. If you want anything done, let me know, says the great Slots. God bless you, brother. So let's see. I don't know. Maybe Baylog doesn't talk.
Through their control of government funding, through the Israel lobby's control over American politics, is completely delusional.
Okay, so you see, he set up a straw man that Jason denies that Jews have anything to do with anti-whiteism, and then goes on to make an argument about their control of Hollywood, their control of media, their control, and to not believe, to have his position is completely delusional. Of course, that's not my position at all. Absolutely ridiculous. And I absolutely condemn him in the strongest possible way for engendering that hatred of me in his audience. I condemn him in the sternest possible way. And I condemn him for intentionally sullying my reputation and the good work that we do here in service to white well-being. He is a smart enough guy to be able to look at what I've written and what I said and know and comprehend exactly what I'm saying. So either he's taking somebody else's word for it, which is totally irresponsible, instead of looking at it for himself, or it's malicious. And he can go public and fall on his sword and say how wrong he was about my position, take it all back, and then address whether or not it is legitimate to condemn reckless behavior that endangers a white woman and her baby. And if he doesn't want to say that that's a condemnable position, then I wait for him to say that he has encouraged Mrs. Mark to go out in public and find some blacks and call them Enners. We all know that he's not going to do that.
This woman is the epitome of no white guilt. Jason Cohn, he's not no white guilt. This woman is.
That is so. This woman, like I said, he could find a tattooed white woman at the local pub. I could find one at the local pool hall that will shout any racial slur that you can imagine. This woman, she is the epitome of no white guilt, as evidenced by her saying Enner. Would he say that she's the epitome of no white guilt if she had said F you, anti-white? No. Do you know why? Because his position, as clearly stated there, is that if the system doesn't want you to say Enner, then you must say Enner. And if the system hasn't been telling us to not say anti-white, then it's fine. It doesn't matter. You could go ahead and say it. You could say it or not say it. But really, the system doesn't want you to say Enner, so you must say Enner. So if she had said F you, anti-white, Mark would not be calling her the epitome of no white guilt and juxtapositioning her with all of my sacrifices, dealing with shit like this, to say the least, over the course of my life, for the good of our people. Not me, not my work, not the successes that we've had, but a tattooed white woman yelling Enner is the epitome of no white guilt. I hope that she takes this 700,000 or 2 million or the most money that she can get, and that she disappears from all of this, that she goes off and buys a nice little place and changes her identity somehow and rears her children in happiness far away from these people, and that we don't have to revisit this subject when she's charged with some sort of ridiculous charge or when she is sued and loses the civil suit. I hope that none of that happens. I hope that she just disappears and is able to live a little house on the prairie life somewhere away from the violence and this kind of supposed support.
No white guilt. And the people who support her are people who have thrown away their white guilt.
All right, that's obviously preposterous. There's been no throwing away. Spartan is here. Dan is here. Mestizo Carf pointing something out very interesting and true. Didn't Mark originally date a tattooed woman? She towered over him. Yes, he did. She had a giant swastika tattoo, and she towered over him. And you know what I bet? I bet that she used the word enter quite a bit. I bet that she used it quite a bit, and that for some reason, the UK is still in the shape that it's in today. How? Big tattooed white woman yelling enter. I'm sure she yelled a bunch of different slurs that the regime didn't want her to say. It's madness. The great Brand Danger has joined us, and there's the great Ford Null. Oh, yeah. Mestizo Carf, what was your DM about? Can you tag me? We have Eldritch saying, to be honest, a lot of people in this movement, particularly Civnats and JQ obsessed people, are incapable of following instructions or resisting purity spiraling. Well, there's a lot of truth to that statement. For Noel pointing out that Mark is beholden to a bunch of anti-white donors. There's a lot of truth to that statement. Roxy saying, why is Collett disparaging you? Thank you for the question. The great biospirit of the West is here. Well, he's disparaging me because that's what his audience and donors want to hear. That is his particular grift. They want to hear, just like back with Kanye West, they want to hear a bunch of straw man arguments about me, and they'll pay for that. They'll show up for that. And because he doesn't have a good enough character to not do that to somebody, especially a guy who on so many occasions was looking out for his wife and child. I mean, imagine the kind of person that would do that. Seriously, think about that. Imagine the kind of person who would engender hatred of a man who had never done anything wrong to him, who would ruin a man's reputation, who had never done anything wrong to him, but on the contrary, wrote repeatedly to him, concerned about his income and his ability to house, feed, clothe his wife and child. Think about that. I mean, really, what happened to this race? Why isn't like everybody coming forward and saying like, fuck that, deep condemnation for that kind of behavior? Like, is there no honor left in the white race? Is there no honor? I mean, in the UK alone, we have so many stories of our people exhibiting great feats of honor, even to their own detriment. And then the mouthpiece for the white race today acts like this in the UK, and everybody sticks around. Everybody's like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I can play their actual words. I can read their actual sentences and arguments for you. Don't have to make anything up. I don't have to build any straw men for them. This is really the number of times this guy is stabbing me in the back is just unreal. It is absolutely unreal. And the kind of people that could witness that and be good with it, the same type of classless scum. No honor. No honor in the white race anymore. He's also, despite the fact that I've always been a supporter of his activities to bring white people together. So they come together for camp trips. They come together to pick up trash. They come together to give food to homeless white people. That's been, as far as I'm concerned, the most valuable thing that Mark has ever done or will ever do. And I've always 100% supported that. Building that white community. We just had Eric on talking about building tangible white communities. And I love that. So that we can work together, we can protect each other. This whole idea of starting a political party, I knew that was Bravo Sierra from the very beginning. I knew that wasn't going to go anywhere. I knew there wasn't a hope of it. But because I'm a team player, because I didn't want to sully what was really an ambition for him, I didn't come out and say, this is crazy. Patriotic Alternative, it's never going to become a political party. It will never get momentum. There will never be any successes in that. What I knew to be the case. And you all heard me make arguments prior to my association with Mark about political parties and how impossible they are in the West today to address our victimization, to push back on what's happening to us. So I didn't say anything about it. I just said, hope it works. I don't think it will, but I hope it works. More power to you. If it worked, that would be great. But I don't think it will. And I just went along with it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable to be stabbed this hard in the back. How many times? How many times? Would you mind sharing why you decided to not call Mark out on his changing of plans right before the last PWR show? Perhaps you asked that question, Bobby, before I spoke to it briefly, just to say that I wanted to respect our relationship, the time that we had served white sympathy on his part, white positivity on my part together. I also didn't want to create a bunch more problems in the sphere generally by having it conclude with shouting. It was my way of being able to look in the mirror and say, at that moment that I was screwed, I did the right thing. At that moment that I was totally shafted, I did the right thing. Now, let's say I went on a show tomorrow and the guy starts off the show and we're supposed to be talking about X, Y, or Z. And then he starts the show and that was all a lie. It was all a ruse. And he comes after me. I would let him have it. But I wanted to do the right thing for that relationship, for that audience, for that time together, to not cause problems in the greater sphere. And so I comported myself as politely as one could expect a human under those circumstances, a person, to do. So does that answer the question for you? Spike says that he can see where Mark is coming from, taking Shiloh's side. Let me ask you, Spike, at what point did you get the impression that I wasn't on Shiloh's side? Like, what about any of the arguments that I've made indicated that I was not on her side and that Mark is on her side? Because I have not made a single argument, aside from saying that it was reckless to endanger herself and the baby. Is that the sides you're talking about? Because that's the only thing that I've criticized. So tag me again. Let me know what side you think I'm taking, and then also make an argument for how it's wrong to condemn irresponsible, reckless endangerment of a white baby. Spike goes on to say that he cuts people some slack if just because she said what came to mind. I'm not in her head deciding, helping her to decide what she's going to say in that moment. I'm not in a position to say, I'm going to cut you some slack. I'll let you say enter this time. This is an event that already happened. And we can look at the event and we can evaluate what was done, what was said. How did it play out? Does that make sense? So we can evaluate that certain behaviors are not good. You wouldn't tell your children, you wouldn't tell somebody you care about that engages in some sort of reckless behavior, that behavior's fine because I'm going to cut them some slack. In this case, it's fine. I'll just cut them some slack, because what will happen? Well, then when can slack be cut? When do we lose our principles? When do we set our wisdom aside and cut some slack? I am evaluating an event that took place. Some things are good. One thing is not something that you want to repeat. At least it's not what I want white people to repeat, because they'll be harmed as a consequence. So cut slack. I'm not following what you're trying to say. I mean, do you really think that we should say that in this case, oh, it's fine that I'm going to cut her some slack. And then what about the other cases? Do we not cut them slack? When white women slander with a racial slur somebody who is likely prone to kill them and the baby, do we say we're going to cut them slack too? Why wouldn't we cut them all slack? And why don't we just get rid of wisdom and warnings about the world. You follow me? Raymond Foster is here. Sloth's trying to help somebody to tag me. Thank you for that. If he doesn't tag, or if he has, then cool. If he doesn't, though, then just maybe copy and paste and you tag me. I've heard a couple of people have reached out to attack me, have used, and I'm not saying you're doing that, Spike, but have used the same sort of cut her some slack. I would have been elated if she, and it would have been caught on video, if she had said, "You anti-white POS," and stormed out of there. Is that not as good as calling him an N-er? I mean, I guess that's up for you to decide. Eldridge says, their accusations are the only thing that matters. She remained in an area they occupied willingly. She treated the W respect and talked to them. I got to try to figure out what you're referencing. Kinfolk says, screaming the N-word will save our race, don't you know? If I could take the phone to a local pool hall, find some tattooed white women, been arrested for brawling and everything, and find them to scream out "Enter," it'll be over. We'll have our destiny back. There are white women in this area who will cut your throat, who will stab you. I mean, you can find all types. So you can find folks a lot more ready to throw down than Shiloh ended up being on that day. Oh, Spike says, might have responded too soon, just tuned in. Yeah, no worries, man. Go back and listen to the part, if it's specifically related to Mark, go back and listen to that part once we're done, and then you can ask your question in the thread afterwards. No worries, man. I'm actually glad you mentioned that, because it's relevant, since there have been others that have said, shouldn't she be cut some slack on the use of the N-word? I'm not condemning her for saying a word that anti-whites don't like, or that blacks in general don't like. I'm not condemning that at all. From my very first post, it was clearly my contention that the behavior, the reckless behavior, was condemnable. It is not behavior that people should repeat. She got very lucky. And maybe it was because, this guy was like a little emaciated African black guy, and he didn't try, but maybe he would have. And then there's the larger point that is born out of this. So many people talking about how this is the end of white guilt. I promise you, on that same day, that there was a white woman at a bar somewhere that yelled "Enter" to a black guy. The exact same day. The day before, the day after, every day since. This isn't like some sort of a magical pull the sword from the stone moment. that these content creators, like Mark, I guess, are trying to make it out to be. When you, like I said, when you don't have victories that are a consequence of what you are instructing, then you've got to fake them somewhere. You've got to counterfeit them somewhere. And this is where, and they've been doing it for my entire 3 decades. They say that, well, we're applying this by getting together and talking about these things. We're applying like this general smoke, this general like magical smoke that just comes out. You can't see it. You can't feel it. There are no metrics. To me, it's a lot like government, actually. There's no like success metric. We're just having this generalized invisible smoke, and then that smoke permeates society. And then when these things happen that we have no control over, we didn't influence, etc., we will just claim them as victories, describe them as define them as victories, tell our followers they're victories, and we got to keep doing what we're doing. Make sure you tip the lady on the way out. And I was the ingenuous dumbass who was like, wait, we kind of need a success metric. We need a failure metric. We need a success metric. We need to specifically outline how we go from where we are to the next step, to the next step, to the next step. And they're like, you better get out of here. You're not sharing any of that. We got a good grift going here. It's a lot like psychics. They can just feel things. I feel something I'm sending waves. I'm sending thought waves into the, and make no mistake about this. Never forget that I went for years and years and years of being polite to all of these people while they were rude to me, of being honorable while they were dishonorable to me. And it wasn't until I was finally able to circumvent them ostracizing and throttling and promising, we'll let you speak here. We'll let you there. We'll let you Yeah. No worries, Jason. It wasn't until I was able to circumvent that and start streaming these ideas and was able to attract the best. And you see a lot of these names in this community over into these, the best, extract them from this morass, cull them from the swamp, that I was able to start reaching people, and then now reaching people lied about like this. So this is like the last gasp of these people. He opposes Shiloh. He's an enemy of Shiloh. He wanted her and her baby to just take it, to bend down and be raped. I mean, Mark didn't specifically say that, and I'm not attributing that argument to him, but he did put those arguments side by side, that Jason was against Shiloh, and that we are taught that women are just supposed to get raped. That's superior to using a specific word. And that proximity to me in that conversation is not a fair proximity, because I clearly have never said anything like that. But you know what? Good people are hearing what I'm talking about here today. And maybe you've heard it before, but there are new folks. A bunch of new people have showed up. And we don't know what kind of people they are, do we? They might be brilliant. They might be talented in various ways. They might be poets. They might be musicians. They might be connected in various ways. They might be millionaires, finally fed up and looking for something else. And so they need to know the history and the truth of this. They need it spelled out so that they can see, wait, who's who? Who is honorable? Who's sacrificing? Who's doing the right thing? Who's not? Who's grifting? Who's making a living off of this and needs to retain the audience and feed the audience, feed the donors? Thanks so much for taking our collective well-being into account in the manner at that moment. I appreciate that, Bobby. That very, very much. Thank you. Slots is helping out another person to tag me. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if you are in the audience and you have an agreement or disagreement or a question, tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt so that I can speak to whatever it is. Agreement, disagreement, question. Because we do not allow people to come into the live chat and attack my position without getting my attention. Because that's like an underhanded. You want to put another knife in my back? You want to add some knives to what our friend Collett here has done? We don't have freedom of speech because we have not been responsible in our speech, says Land of the Fake. Very well said. We can accomplish more by pushing ourselves positively forward than by trying to beat poison, by drinking more of it to build up a tolerance. Oh, I love the visual of that. Well done, Land of the Fake. Over here on Premium Rumble, remember, if it's on this platform or Twitter, tag me as No White Guilt as well. Aliens Exist is here. Aliens Exist makes a great point, says, damn, Mark Collett doesn't understand that the only thing we control is ourselves. Precisely. Thank you for that. Land of the Fake says he doesn't want to see a debate between Mark and I because he doesn't want to have to keep pressing the mute button every time Mark speaks. Alien says Mark is doing a true disservice to his followers by not using the Go Free method. Things are very harsh in Europe. Got some harsh criticism from Mark over here. Now, you know, when they would criticize me, Mark would read everything. That was another thing when I was on for all those years with him. That was really just bizarre. Whenever anyone in the live chat would slander me, he'd read it. Here I was, even when I first started streaming, and if the people that were on with me were slandered, I never read out the slander. And then I finally said, you know what? When we finally got moderators, to the moderators who do a heroic job, and big salutes to the moderators. If somebody is slandering the person that I have on with me, delete the comment. Just don't even let it be there. Mark, though, read every one. Every single fucking one. And then over on the BitChute platform, there would be slews of the nastiest and vile things said about me. Nothing but lies. And I was like, this guy's going to just let that stuff ride. He's going to let them people talk about me like that. And he did. And I brought it up. I was like, Mark, you know, these people are nothing but lies. Nothing but lies. And he's like, oh, I know, mate. But if you start censoring them, they're going to make a big deal of it. Well, guess what happened? They started slandering his wife. They all got censored. Slandering me, over the years, thousands of slanders of the most vile type. They stayed up on BitChute, where he read them during the live stream. As soon as they started slandering his wife, that's it. Looking for any tags over here on Rumble. Dallas is with us. Hello, Dallas. She tags me. I also highly recommend these two products I've taken and used for years. And it's probably, maybe it looks like Arrvoll something for sickness. Thank you. I'll take a look at those. Appreciate it. Have you used a neti pot? Yeah, I've been washing out my sinuses. All right, good to see everybody over there. Make sure I didn't miss anybody over here. And like I said, I'll get to the financial gifts in just a second. And we got Daughter of Eve is with us on Twitter. Good to see you. Prometheum hails. It's Wednesday, that time of the week again. But I haven't thought it was Sunday when sharing the stream again. Hoyt McCoy is over here. I hear you. He says, greetings, Jason. God bless White Wellbeing community. Good to see you. All right. What do we got going on over here? Yeah, all of that is to say, what a kind invitation. It'll be fair, mate. It'll be fair. I'm not gonna pull a fast one on you and change things up the moment, seconds before, or set up some type of thumbnail that makes you look like you support the thing that thousands that follow me find them to be the most vile and hateful, odious thing ever. I would never do that to you. Nasty says, where can I find your steps to our destiny? You can come here free, no charge. There's no paywall. You can hang out with us, and by osmosis, you'll be hearing me and other community members using the lexicon and dialectics. Those are the concepts and the arguments from the practice. You can also acquire Go Free as an audiobook. It just doesn't have the back part of the book. It has almost the whole book. But in the audiobook, I didn't include the appendix because it would have just been reading, line after line, like you're reading an appendix. So it doesn't have that, so it does lack some value, but it's super economical. Can't make it cheaper. You can also get the electronic version of it, also super economical. Can't make it cheaper. You could get the actual book itself, which I encourage you write in physically. You write in. You can get all of that from Amazon. You could also get it if you wanted it with a signature from nowhitegetcollectibles.com. Thank you for the question. Dennis is celebrating hearts and 100% thumbs up. You have another anti-white Spurg showing up. No argument, just a low IQ. No one wants your weakness anymore. Is that right? Weakness, huh? Are you able to transform your environments to subvert anti-whiteism? No, but we are. We do it all the time. Little women do it. Little women succeed at it. So what's your problem, Cupcake? You're not going to do anything. You're here under a fake name, no image of yourself, and you're calling people cowards. You're a joke. You're a bitch. You're a joke. Get yourself off. Weakness. Just another loser. She won. Oh, yeah, Jason, she won because she did IRL. What we post on Gab and in our telegrams. That's funny. She did IRL what we are anonymously posting. Yeah, it's this new fetish, this slur fetish. Little off subject, but Shiloh and Lilly Gaddis are beautiful women that are uncommon in any other people except white women. Or am I just imagining it? Well, there are not likely to satisfy your attraction if you're white. But without question, there are going to be fully blooded black women that are attractive to black guys, for example, right? But yeah, clearly, like the countries that we build, they seem to be desired by all. And clearly there is a lot of desire for white women. So there's something to be said there for that. And I submit that when we see attraction in non-white people, it's usually non-white people that have white in them. And I've used this argument on many white people who were or are anti-white over the years. And in every single case, they end up agreeing with me. So what's the win? What's the win? I had a conversation with a manager once, a boss, and he was talking about this non-white girl or that non-white girl in these magazines. He knew I was white positive, and he was anti-white-ish. So he would think and try to come up with ways to catch me. And he would bring, and this is an example, he brought these magazines as one of the arguments that he brought to me. And he's like, look at this one. She's attractive. You're going to tell me she ain't attractive? Are you really going to tell me she ain't attractive? And I pointed out to him, I said, every non-white woman you're pointing to here has some measure of white dilution. And I submit to you that it's those markers that you and I find attractive in them. And he was like, oh. And I said, now do the same with fully blooded non-white. Go find me some images of what really appear to be 100% this non-white and 100% that non-white. No white dilution. And then we can have a talk about whether or not there are parts of them that we find attractive. But I warned him, before you do that, because if you decide to go ahead and bring those images to me, I am going to then ask you, which ones are more attractive to you? And then he said, never mind. I'm not going to go find pictures of full-blooded, non-white models or what have you, and then try to have that comparison. He knew he would come to the conclusion that the ones with white dilution in them, that he would find them more attractive. So let me ask you, I mean, this is just one example of many of ways that we can win the conversation for white well-being against our brothers and sisters, because that's where it matters, right? What if he had come to me and said, Jason, what about this female here? You know, she's, let's say, half black, half white, or 1/4 black, 3/4 white, or whatever. Are you going to tell me she's not beautiful? And I had said to him, hey, you know what? This guy online told me to just say, that's an N'er. That's an N'er right there. You're practically aroused by an animal. Not only would I lose my job, not only would I be out on my ass, I wouldn't be able to reference that job. So I would have like a blank spot in my life for future employers. Like, where were you in that? Oh, I was in prison. I mean, what am I going to say? This big blank spot in my life. So I would lose my job. I might find it difficult to get a new job at the same sort of pay grade, etc., same sort of level, maybe even same industry, right? What's most important? Not only am I ruining me and undermining that basis that I need to be able to feed myself and etc., so that I can serve white well-being, but I wouldn't have brought him over. I would have confirmed for him what people who care about the white race are actually thinking. He's seen it in media. Instead of being that villain for him, a guy who has money, instead of being that villain for him, I was a total contradiction. And I was proudly standing up for our people. So, I mean, do you want to do it the Joel Davis, Mark Collett way? Go in there and say, that's an N-er, mate. We got to normalize this word. Or do what I did. Samuski is here. Using just words can captivate an audience, and the most powerful words I have found to use are those of the Go Free lexicon. Thank you for that testimonial. They are indeed. That's why I and you and all of these moral heroes here, we're standing up and we're trying to get these concepts into the mouths of our brothers and sisters. That's why. Ayayay is here. We got one more item to look at. And I don't even know where it went. Where is that item? Yes. GoFundMe, the support of Ohio deputy accused killer, put target on the backs of police. So we have an anti-white monster who murdered a police officer because by running him over, because his son or his brother, I think it was killed in an altercation with a police officer. And they've already set a GoFundMe up, and it's banking. Just like the black kid that is probably 10, that the Nigerian said was 5. He's already up like $350,000 money raised for him. The one that Shiloh supposedly called an N-er. What else do we have here? Ayayay says, sit on a throne and send him a 10-minute video that shows him the mirror so he can slander you while you smack him with the truth from a light year away. Yeah, man, yeah. As Santa's back, Jason, for example, how would you approach the situation if someone rides their bike and then someone, this is the guy, before I finish this is the guy that tried to set me up to be able to make the argument that words don't work by asking me the hypothetical that if I were trapped in Antarctica with 10 anti-whites who wanted to do me in, what would I do? And of course, the point of that was to say, oh, so you're not going to use words? You're not going to use words with them? But I thought words work, Jason. So here's another situation that he's thought long and hard about. Okay, so I rides their bike, and then someone on the electric scooter ran through, pushed you, and called you a bitch. What? How would you approach this situation? If someone rides their bike and then someone on the electric scooter ran through. What, bro? So I'm riding my bicycle and then somebody on a scooter pushes me over. This is really your hypothetical? And calls me bitch when they push me over. Somebody riding a scooter and calling someone a bitch is already at such a low point in life. I mean, if you're going to knock me over while I'm riding a bicycle and call me bitch, you better be at least on a Honda. Electric scooter. A lot of Mexican couples in more recent decades have been a brown man and their light-skinned woman or a brown woman with more white features, says Mestizo Carf. Yes. Yes, I've seen that too. Okay, so SN provides more. You fell off from the vine, and this black guy, what vine? You fell off from the vine, and this black guy, which one? Just some black guy? You mean, when you say vine, do you mean bike? I fell off the bike, maybe? And he's already gone. He's laughing at a distance. What's the right way to respond in your opinion? Oh, okay. Then you write bike underneath. So you didn't mean vine, you meant bike. Oh, so what's the right way to respond if a black guy knocks me over? It's such an awesome hypothetical. And he's gone and he's laughing. What's the right way to respond? I don't know. What's the right way? What's the right way? Why don't you tell us? I guess you defeat white guilt and anti-whiteism. And you go to work and you do the same thing. You defeat. I have lived around and physically fought blacks. I have none of these abject pussycats have done any of that. All these people that are ejaculatory joy over saying "enner" feel that way because they are chicken shit afraid of blacks. They are scared to death of blacks. They get nervous at their presence. They're like, oh God, I want to get out of here before they see us. So that's why it's so like cathartic for them to live through a little tiny white woman with her white baby. That to me, I mean, Achilles would have you all put to death. You realize that, right? Achilles would take one look. Rommel would take one look at a white guy getting all excited and happy over a white woman and living vicariously through what she said, and they would just have you killed. They would say, what a genetic mess. You really have to do like a self-check, folks. You're so scared of blacks that a female, a mother with a baby saying "enner" excites you. You must be a really sad male. I mean, probably barely male. You fell off your bike. He kicked you and now he's gone. What's the right course of action? I would probably yell, come back. That's what I would probably say. Come on back. Come on back. Or be a coward. That's probably what I would say. Let's do this. That's probably what I would say. Somebody kicks me off my bike. I'm like delusional with sinus sickness and pain. And the guy's like, what are you going to do if you're riding your bicycle? and a black guy is riding a moped. And he pushes you down. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to suddenly wake up in bed and I'm going to say like, oh shit. I dreamt that whole ridiculous dream. Jay Mosin says around the same time that the Shiloh incident occurred, I happened to call a white guy another word for cigarette because he gave my daughter an attitude. And no GoFundMe? Did you not think immediately to set up a GoFundMe? I mean, what's going on, man? What's going on? You know what? They wouldn't support that with this much because they're not scared of homosexuals. They're scared of blacks. They couldn't be announcing it more clearly. So SN says he brought up the hypothetical because it actually happened to a friend of his somewhere. Well, what your friend should do is to learn the Go Free practice and then use the anger from being shoved and mocked as the assailant rode off into the distance, cackling away. Use the anger from that to go into the world with the concepts that liberate our brothers and sisters from the shackles of anti-whiteism that prevent us from acting together for our well-being. That's what I would say for your buddy. For me, I would probably say, come on back. Let's go ahead and have a conversation. Isn't anything more that I would like to do than get my hands on you? But probably not what your friend is capable of. All right. Let's take a real quick look at this horror story and take a look at your financial gifts and see if there are any other questions or comments. And then roll. Online support for Rodney Hinton Jr., the Ohio father accused of killing a sheriff's deputy one day after police fatally shot his son during a stolen vehicle pursuit, put a target on the backs of law enforcement officers, according to National Police Association spokesperson Sergeant Betsy Smith. Hinton Jr. is charged with aggravated murder after he allegedly intentionally struck retired Hamilton County Deputy Larry Henderson, who was directing traffic near the University of Cincinnati during a graduation ceremony while a vehicle around 1 p.m. With a vehicle around 1 p.m. Friday, according to Cincinnati police. Donors who were giving thousands of dollars donors were giving thousands of dollars on GoFundMe page for Hinton Jr.'s attorney costs and his son's funeral. Social media users have also been vocal in their support for both men. GoFundMe has since taken down the GoFundMe page for Hinton Jr., which said on Monday that it raised about $5,000 before they took it down. There he is. And I again, for the guys out there who are living vicariously through this revenge porn of a white mother jeopardizing herself and her child, I challenge you to put your money where your mouth is and show your real face, real name. Go out into the world, find this guy or one just like him, and then break the chains of white guilt. Normalize the word enter by calling him that. Find a guy just like him. Ask your audience to listen to a song. What is this? Die Like a Brave Man? I'll look it up. Not at the moment, but I'll look it up. Yeah, the grift is on. For Noel saying, Dean Danger, a true champion for white well-being. 100%. Absolutely. Cindy Ben is here. And so is Fornell. Thank God we got each other, folks. Never let a day go by. Because just imagine if we didn't put together the House of Swash, if we decided to buckle and bend to all of these attacks, we all would still be alone in this shit. We all would still be alone in circles of abject tards waxing on with this nonsense. My God. Thank the good Lord. So, yeah. And I just want to say right now, while we're looking at this lovely creature, this lovely fellow who just murdered an innocent police officer, a white man, by the way, a retired older white man, just doing something for the community. Just want to reiterate, everyone who strawmans me is my victory. Every attack on me that is a straw man is my victory. It is the victory of the House of Swash and the good work that we do here. Focus on that. Every single time it's a victory for us. There hasn't been a single attempt by any of these people to actually address the objection made in this community, in this episode. So never forget that. Next thing, challenge everyone, and I challenge everyone who are lying about me and who are strawmanning me and who are saying that enters the way to go and it changes everything. I am seriously a full-throated, heartfelt, record yourself doing it. Maybe in your immediate family circle, everybody says enter all day long, so it's not going to be a big deal. Videotape it. Show us. Let's see yourself among the family saying that. Extend it to the greater family. Extend it to your neighbors. Get some video of yourself. Go out to your job, get some video. Go to the street corner and find this guy. Because if you don't, you are an unctuous little reprobate bitch. Every one of you. Every single one. Smith told Fox News Digital that while everyone has a constitutional right to get the legal representation in criminal cases, social media users seem to be promoting false information about the case, that somehow Rodney Hinton Jr. was unarmed and murdered by police. And nothing could be further from the truth. No police officer wakes up in the morning and says, I hope to get to shoot somebody tonight. And this situation in Cincinnati is just another example of the false narrative that somehow it's the American law enforcement officer who is violent. She added that the social media posts backing Rodney Hinton's alleged actions do nothing but put a target on the backs of law enforcement officers. There he is. I don't know if he was, maybe it says somewhere in this article, whether or not he was a father, maybe a grandfather. Looks like a totally stand-up guy. And knowing that he was murdered by some anti-white monster, and that all of those, his life cut short, and all those people that cared about him have just lost somebody they love dearly, that pains me and motivates me and the good people in this community to use the tools that we have here that work to put an end to this kind of victimization. Despicable. And here you have the astronaut that was in a stolen car, and which itself, a vehicle, is a deadly weapon, and had his life ended in the process of auto theft and attempting to evade law enforcement, according to the article. Separate GoFundMe page, which is still active, titled Help Honor Ryan Hinton's Memory and Seek Justice, which aims to help the 18-year-old's family seek justice for Ryan in the form of legal representation and a proper memorial to his life, has raised more than $25,000 so far. GoFundMe terms of service prohibit fundraisers for the legal defense of violent criminals, company spokesperson said. Consistent with the long-standing policy, any fundraisers for the legal defense of someone charged with a violent crime are removed. There was also an incident at the courthouse where this anti-white monster's brother, who was a colossal human being, went crazy and was shouting, and he had to be like talked down from getting violent in the courthouse. You know him. Find him. Video you tape yourself calling him an N-er. Find this guy's brother. He's a big fellow. His heinous and cowardly act shouldn't be rewarded and celebrated like it is right now on GoFundMe. On behalf of the law enforcement officers, we demand GoFundMe stop honoring and putting and profiting from a cop killer who taunted deputies about the murder at his arraignment. What an absolute POS. You know what I've been hearing for decades? Things like usual suspects, typical, expected. You know what's happened over the decades? Everything in the country's gotten worse.
I used to walk in shadows, lost in my own mind. I was searching for the answers, but the truth was hard to find. So defined. Told I didn't matter, told to fade away. But deep inside I felt a fire I couldn't betray. The
All right. Can you hear me all right? Let me know that you hear me all right. We're going to look at the financial gifts and any final tags out there. And then I am probably going to roll over and die. So that will please all of the losers out there. Which, by the way, by the by, they have already wedded this to the Jews. So it's, you have to say enter to normalize enter because it's been made a taboo by the Jews. Oh, it's like a sick nightmare. You can acknowledge, and we can use different types of examples, but you can acknowledge that a thing in and of itself is maybe problematic, let's say, and that the remedy to the thing that's problematic is bigger than the thing that is problematic. You can think about it in terms of your health, an ailment or disease in your own body, and what you address and how you address. I know for a lot of people that's complicated, but when something is complicated but you see it working, the smart thing to do is to get on board. It's not to come tell the person who has something that's working that it doesn't work. I think Foster answering the hypothetical about being knocked over by somebody on a scooter, he said he would laugh. All right. Great song by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Let's take a look at some of these magnificent financial gifts and celebrate these heroes for stepping up. For the heroes they are. We have first and foremost, Dude Bro Moment. The Dude, the Bro, the Moment on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Big salutes to this hero. $50 on this late Wednesday to a very sinus-infected Jason. $50 for White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. I deeply appreciate it. I appreciate it even more because of the sinus infection. Thank you so much, man. $50 from the great Dude Bro. Please give this man some quadruple 07. Show him some love. Let's jump on up to the other celebratory gift. $25 from Hyperborean Dream. And that's a beautiful dream, my friends. It's one of the most beautiful dreams. Hyperborean Dream, 25 White Wellbeing dollars. Show him some love. He says also for White Wellbeing. Let's get him some salutes. Let's get him some, both of these gentlemen, some Raugus emojis. Let's see, on the app that allows cash, I don't see. I thought First Slash you said you had sent something. I see nothing over there, regrettably. We'll swivel back around and we'll hit Fledgling, who financially gifted $3. And he wrote, Mozart was buried in an unmarked grave. Society is slow to appreciate that which it should. That's a powerful point. Thank you, brother. Thank you, he writes, for all your hard work. I really appreciate it. Fledgling, $3. Mozart buried in an unmarked grave. Can you imagine? A Western Inoculator here for $5. Thank you so much. Beautiful flag there as your avatar. He says, hey, Jason, long time no see. I sent you a link to a video that Asmongold made reviewing Sargon's take on the tattooed white lady saying the no word. All right. Is that a DM on Twitter? I'll have to take a look. Is that where it is, brother? I appreciate it. Asmongold. Gifting. With that statement about Asmongold, we also have Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay. $5 over here on Premium Rumble. Thank you, good sir. A nice bright yellow. It comes up for me. Thank you so much. He says, I went on a mission trip to Mexico as a youth, and it made me feel so pious until standing up for white well-being gives that same feeling of piety. Our job is not complete. Amen. Amen and amen to that. What a fantastic thing to see. Exactly. We need to, a white woman, like the dream scenario is where not the kind of white woman who maybe is prone to violence, arrested and charged and convicted for brawling, but a white woman who is not necessarily prone to that, who righteously stands up to anti-whiteism and shouts it down as anti-white, as victimizing our people. That would be the kind of thing that white people, good white folk, would come together around. Make no mistake about that. Well said. Thank you, brother. Thank you for that financial gift. Looks like that's it over there. We have, let's see. Nope, that's not new. Nothing missed there. How about here? See if we missed anything here. Nope, nothing missed here. Very good. Oh, looks like we got Western Inoculator back again with another $3 this time. I sent the link to you on Instagram. Oh, okay, on Instagram. I will check that out. Thank you for letting me know. Especially now with all of these Wignat sewer simps sending messages, easy to get lost among the messages. You're so wrong. Let me tell you how wrong you are. Brian here, financially gifting $3 as well on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Thank you so much, Brian. $3. He says, Jason, put a heated compress on top of your nose and eyes, sinus area. They make them with lentils and rice. Put it in the microwave. Amazing relief. Thank you for that recommendation. I appreciate it. I will thank you to everybody who gave recommendations to me for my illness of sinus infection that modern medicine does not want to help with. Make sure I didn't miss anybody here, and I'll swivel back around. Make sure you tag me if you have any comments before we roll out. And I'm pretty sure I'm just going to like fall over. Pretty sure. Uh-oh. Well, let me see over here. Yep, I don't see anything here either. Let me check subscribe star. Oh, your DM. I'll have to show that on Sunday. We're going to roll out of here now. The great Mestizo Cough has created Pope Jason, Church of the West. That's going up, though, man. That's going up as soon as we're done. First chance. That's epic. Pope Jason, I love it. You know how much that will irritate the wig gnats? Well done, brother. All right. Make sure we didn't miss anybody else. Tags here. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Big 07s. Big thank you to everyone. I know it ain't easy. I think about you all in the House of Swash at times like this, when you're watching me get totally misrepresented and you're like, where is this coming from? Why is this happening? I mean, you got like Arrvoll, Eric comes on and he's like, why do you have so many critics? You make perfect sense. This is crazy. And I think about y'all. And I think about how that can't be easy for y'all either. So I think this coming Sunday, we're going to talk about the unredeemable. And when it comes to things like this and this blatant, willful misrepresentation of the pig-headed, low IQ'd, maybe in these sort of events, these sorts of episodes like we have here, where they want to run off and celebrate something as their victory, and they're desperate for victories, and they're desperate for those revenge porn moments, that we address it in a way that speaks more just to us. And, I will point out, though, that I don't go to like Mark Collett's platform. I don't go to Joel Davis. I don't go to these people's platforms and say, hey, here's why you're wrong. I don't go into their spaces and say, hey, here's why you're wrong. I make a statement on my own accounts. I teach what I see as successful, what we see as successful and wise, and then they come here. It's in every way the most despicable behavior to show up at my house, at our house, and tell us that we can't tell people how to think. We have to think just like them. We have to talk just like them. So they show up at my house, at our house, and say that. So also keep that in mind. That I'm not tracking them down and harassing them. They're coming looking for trouble here. It's gotta, I get that it sucks to be who they are and to want to stick with that. And I get their content creators wanting to continue to grift as they have no success. But maybe find another way so that there isn't so much pressure on you all. And if nothing else, just like this, having to see me being attacked and vilified with pure lies. You got to feel helpless against that. And I don't want y'all to feel that way. So we'll find a way to deal with the riffraff moving forward. And with that, we rock out. And we show up, the hierarch, the Pope of the West shows up, no matter what. They'll wheel me in to my dying day on the bed, and I'll still be dominating these losers. It isn't sufficient as a term, but a concept of Shiloh calling the guy an anti-white witch burner or anti-white lyncher, as the kid an anti-white victimizer, or some other term for it. Yes, sloths chiming in, even at the close of our gathering, even as we roll out. God bless you all. Big salutes. And remember, prayers and positive energy, not for me, but for the community member having a medical procedure tomorrow that has to go right. So, with that, unless something changes, I'll see you all on Sunday. Roll out.
Yeah, I'm a small town man, I've been around a little. I like guitars and I like a fiddle, and that's the kind of soul it takes to fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, kind of rough and ruddy. I have to work to be somebody. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta honk and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a West man looking for a place to